Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The fire crackles and pops before you, sending sparks dancing upward into the darkness like tiny stars returning home. The warmth touches your face while shadows play across the rough stone walls of this ancient way station, and you draw your cloak tighter against the chill that seeps in from the mountain passes beyond. The wind howls outside, a lonely sound that speaks of vast distances and forgotten places. But here in this small circle of light, you feel safe. Across from you sits Gandalf the Grey, his face lined with the wisdom of ages, illuminated by the firelight in a way that makes him seem both ancient and ageless at once. His weathered hands rest upon his staff, and his eyes, deep as wells and bright as stars, regard you with a mixture of kindness and knowing. A pipe rests between his teeth, and the smoke curls upward, forming shapes that might be dragons or mountains or perhaps merely dreams given temporary form. "Come now," he says, his voice like distant thunder rolling across summer hills. "You look as though the road has wearied you." And indeed it would. These are dark times we live in, with shadows lengthening across Middle-earth and old evils stirring once more. But despair is not the answer, my friend. No, what we need in such times are stories, tales of courage and hope, of wisdom hard-won, and lessons learned through trial and tribulation. He shifts slightly, adjusting his grey robes, and leans forward. The firelight catches the silver threading in his beard, making it gleam like moonlight on water. His pipe glows brighter as he draws upon it, and when he speaks again, his voice has taken on that particular quality it possesses when he is about to share something important, something worth remembering. "You know," he begins, "I have walked the roads of Middle-earth for more years than most can count or comprehend. I have seen kingdoms rise and fall, watched mountains wear away to hills, and observed the turning of ages like pages in a great book. In all that time, in all those wanderings, I have collected stories the way some collect gems or gold. But unlike material treasures, stories only grow more valuable when they are shared, when they are passed from one heart to another across the flames of fellowship. Tonight, if you are willing to listen, I shall share with you some tales from my long years. Some you may have heard whispers of, others, perhaps not. Some are grave and solemn, speaking of great deeds and terrible dangers. Others are lighter, touching upon the simple joys and small wonders that make life worth living. For you must understand, my friend, that both are equally important. The grand epics remind us what we fight for, but the humble tales remind us why we fight at all." He pauses, tamping down the tobacco in his pipe with a calloused thumb, and his eyes grow distant, as though he is looking not at you but through you, into the depths of memory itself. When he continues, his voice has grown softer, more contemplative. "I remember a time, long ago now, when the Third Age was still young, and much of what has since passed into legend was then merely the present day. The great kingdoms of men were strong. The elves still dwelt in many places throughout Middle-earth, and the dwarves sang as they worked in halls that rang with hammer and anvil. It was a time of relative peace, though even then, shadows gathered in forgotten corners, and those with eyes to see could perceive the first stirrings of darkness. It was during those years that I learned one of the most important lessons of my long life, and it came not from a great wizard or an ancient king, but from a simple woodcutter who lived in a small cottage on the edge of Mirkwood. His name was Pallando, and though he was but a man, and his years were measured in decades rather than centuries, he possessed a wisdom that many who live far longer never attain. I had been traveling through that region, investigating certain disturbances in the forest, when a storm caught me far from any proper shelter. The rain fell in sheets, cold and relentless, and even my weatherproofing spells could only do so much against such a deluge. Night was falling, and I knew that to spend it exposed on the road would be both miserable and potentially dangerous, for there were things in Mirkwood even then that loved the darkness and the rain. It was in this state, cold and weary, that I saw a light through the trees. Following it, I came upon a modest cottage, smoke rising from its chimney despite the rain, warm light spilling from its windows like liquid gold. I approached and knocked upon the door, hoping for shelter, and it was Baldur who answered. He was a man of middle years, with strong hands and kind eyes, and he took one look at my bedraggled state and immediately ushered me inside without question or hesitation. His cottage was small but well kept, everything in its proper place, and a cheerful fire burned in the hearth. He bade me sit by the flames, brought me dry clothes, and set about preparing a hot meal while his wife Nessa prepared a pallet for me to sleep upon. Now, you must understand, he says, leaning back and regarding you with those penetrating eyes, I was not unknown in those parts. My reputation, such as it was, had spread even to such remote places, yet Baldur and Nessa treated me not as Gandalf the Wizard, keeper of secrets and wielder of power, but simply as a traveller in need. They shared their food, though I could see their stores were modest. They gave me their best blanket, though they had few, and they asked for nothing in return. As we sat by the fire that night, much as you and I sit now, Baldur told me his story. He had once been a soldier in the service of one of the northern kingdoms, had fought in battles and seen terrible things. He had accumulated some wealth through his service and could have retired to a comfortable life in a city or town. But instead, he had chosen this simple existence, this small cottage on the edge of the wild. I asked him why, naturally curious about what would make a man choose hardship over comfort, isolation over community. And his answer, my friend, has stayed with me through all the long years since. He said to me, in a voice as plain and honest as his surroundings, that in all his years of fighting and struggling, of pursuing glory and gold, he had never truly been at peace. He had accumulated things, yes, but he had lost himself in the accumulation. It was only when he released his grip on what he thought he wanted, and instead embraced what he actually needed, that he found contentment. Here, he told me, gesturing to his humble home, I have enough. I have shelter from the storm, food for my belly, love in my heart, and the ability to help those who pass by my door. What more could any person require? The great lords in their halls might pity my simple life, but I pity them their complicated one. They have so much, yet always want more. I have little, yet lack for nothing. Gandalf falls silent for a moment, and the only sounds are the crackling of the fire and the wind outside. When he speaks again, his voice carries the weight of profound truth. That night, as I lay upon that simple pallet, warm and fed and safe, I realized that Baldur had stumbled upon one of the great secrets of existence. True wealth is not measured in gold or power or even years, but in contentment, in the ability to say at the end of any given day that you have been useful, that you have been kind, that you have been true to yourself and those around you. I have carried that lesson with me ever since, Gandalf continues, his fingers tracing patterns in the air as though writing invisible words upon the smoke. In all my dealings with the great and powerful, the kings and queens and lords of Middle-earth, I have found that those who grasp most tightly at power are often those who understand it least. True strength, real power, lies not in domination but in service, not in taking but in giving. But I am getting ahead of myself, he says with a slight smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Let me tell you another tale, one that speaks to a different aspect of wisdom, though it too was learned from one society might consider humble. The wizard shifts his weight, settling more comfortably against the stone wall behind him. The fire has burned down somewhat, and he reaches forward with his staff to prod a log, sending fresh sparks spiraling upward. The renewed flames cast dancing shadows across his weathered face, and for a moment he looks like nothing so much as an ancient tree, rooted deep in the earth and reaching toward the heavens. This story takes place in the Shire, he begins, and at the mention of that beloved land, his voice softens with unmistakable affection. Ah, the Shire. There is a place that understands contentment, though they might not put it in quite those terms. The hobbits have a wisdom all their own, born not of books or study or grand adventures, but of living well, of tending their gardens and loving their neighbours. and appreciating the good things that each day brings. It was spring, I recall, and the Shire was bursting with life and colour. The party tree was covered in blossoms, the fields were green as emeralds, and everywhere you looked, hobbits were going about their business with that peculiar combination of purposefulness and contentment that characterises their folk. I had come to visit an old friend, a hobbit by the name of Gerontius Took, though everyone called him the Old Took, for he was ancient even by hobbit standards. Now, the Old Took was renowned throughout the Shire for his vitality and his good sense, and many younger hobbits would come to him seeking advice on matters both great and small. On this particular day, I arrived at his smile to find him in his garden, tending to his vegetables with the care and attention most would reserve for precious jewels. He greeted me warmly, as was his way, and insisted I sit with him beneath an old oak tree that grew at the edge of his property. He brought out pipes and tobacco, good bread and better cheese, and a jug of ale that had been cooling in his cellar. For a time, we simply sat in companionable silence, enjoying the sunshine and the gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of growing things. Eventually, as the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, I asked him what I had long wondered about. How, I inquired, did he manage to live so long and remain so vigorous when others half his age had long since declined? What was his secret? The Old Took chuckled at that, a sound like water running over smooth stones, and he took a long pull from his pipe before answering. "There is no secret, Gandalf," he said to me. "Or rather, if there is a secret, it is simply this. I have never spent a single day worrying about living to the next one." I must have looked puzzled, for he continued, explaining his philosophy in that simple, straightforward way hobbits have of getting to the heart of matters. "You see," he told me, "most folk spend their lives either dwelling on the past or fretting about the future. They carry yesterday's sorrows on their backs, like a sack of stones, and they peer anxiously ahead, trying to see around corners that have not yet been turned. In doing so, they miss the only thing that is truly real, the only moment that truly exists, which is right now, this very instant." He gestured around him at his garden, at the sunshine, at the beauty of the present moment. "Every day," he said, "I wake up and I ask myself one simple question. What good can I do today? Not tomorrow, not next week, not in some grand future scheme, but today, right now, in this moment. And then I set about doing it. I tend my garden because it needs tending. I help my neighbours because they need helping. I enjoy my meals because they are there to be enjoyed. And at the end of each day, I can lay my head down, knowing that I have lived that day fully, completely, holding nothing back." Gandalf pauses in his narrative, his eyes reflecting the firelight as he looks at you across the flames. "Do you see the wisdom in that, my friend?" The Old Took had discovered what so many spend lifetimes searching for and never find. He had learned to be fully present, to inhabit each moment completely, rather than merely passing through it on the way to somewhere else. I have met wizards who could command the elements, warriors who could defeat armies, scholars who had memorized entire libraries, but few have possessed the simple, profound wisdom of that old hobbit sitting in his garden, content with the day he had been given and curious about the good he might do in it. The wizard falls silent for a moment, lost in memory, and you can almost see the Shire in your mind's eye, green and golden in the afternoon light, that old hobbit beneath his oak tree, smoke curling from his pipe as he tends his garden with mindful care. "It reminds me," Gandalf continues, stirring from his reverie, "of something else I learned during my long years of wandering. We often think of wisdom as something that comes from great learning, from studying ancient texts or mastering complex arts. And there is truth in that, certainly. Knowledge has its place, and I would not diminish it. But there is another kind of wisdom, equally valuable, that comes simply from paying attention, from being fully present to the world around us and the people we share it with. I have walked many roads in Middle-earth, from the golden halls of Gondor to the deepest mines of Moria, from the peaceful gardens of Rivendell to the wild lands beyond the maps of men. In all those places, I have met folk of every kind, from the highest to the lowest, from the most learned to the most simple. And I have found that wisdom is distributed in the most unexpected ways. Some of the wisest words I have ever heard came from a dwarf woman in the Blue Mountains who could neither read nor write, but who understood stone and earth with an intimacy that would put most scholars to shame. She taught me that knowing something with your hands, with your body, with your whole being, is often deeper and truer than knowing it merely with your mind. I once met a young elf maiden in Lothlorien who spoke hardly at all, but who listened with such completeness, such total attention, that to be in her presence was to feel truly heard, truly seen, perhaps for the first time in one's life. She taught me that wisdom often lies not in speaking, but in the quality of our silence, in the fullness of our listening. And I have known men, mortal and brief, as candle flames compared to the longer-lived peoples of Middle-earth, who nevertheless burned with such intensity, such passion and purpose, that they accomplished in their short years what others could not achieve in centuries. They taught me that it is not the length of our days that matters, but what we do with them, how fully we live them, how completely we give ourselves to the moments we are granted. The fire crackles and shifts, settling into new configurations of flame and ember. Gandalf adds another log, and the renewed light pushes back the darkness a little further. Outside, the wind has died down somewhat, and the night seems less hostile, more peaceful, as though it too is listening to the old wizard's words. All of this is to say, he concludes, looking at you with those deep, knowing eyes, that the journey we are on, the quest you have undertaken, whatever challenges lie ahead in your path, remember that wisdom comes from many sources. Do not discount the simple truths spoken by simple folk. Do not overlook the lessons that come from paying attention to the small things, the everyday miracles that surround us. Gandalf reaches for a leather flask at his side, uncorks it, and takes a measured sip before offering it to you. The liquid within is warm and fortifying, tasting of honey and herbs, and something indefinable that seems to chase away weariness and doubt. You drink gratefully, feeling warmth spread through your chest, and hand it back with a nod of thanks. Good, good, the wizard says, corking the flask and setting it aside. You will need your strength for the road ahead, but you will also need perspective, and that is what I hope to share with you tonight. For you see, in all my years, I have learned that the greatest battles are not always fought with swords and spells, nor are the greatest victories always won through force of arms. He settles back again, his eyes growing distant as he reaches into the deep well of memory. Let me tell you now of a time when I learned the true meaning of courage, and it came from a most unexpected source. This was many years ago, during the time when the kingdom of Arna was already fading but not yet fallen into complete ruin. I was travelling through the northern lands, as I often did in those days, keeping watch for signs of the enemy's movements and offering what aid I could to the scattered folk who still dwelt in those harsh regions. I came upon a small village, hardly more than a collection of farmsteads clustered together for mutual protection against the wolves and worse things that roamed the wild. The people there were hard folk, weathered by wind and want, their faces lined with the constant struggle of wresting a living from unforgiving land. They greeted me with cautious hospitality, for strangers were rare in those parts and not always welcome. It was the village elder, a woman named Miriel, who invited me to share their evening meal and rest by their fire. As we ate simple fare, bread and cheese and a thin soup stretched to feed one more mouth, she told me of their troubles. Wolves had been attacking their flocks with unusual boldness, and worse, there were rumors of something larger and more terrible moving in the darkness beyond their borders. I could see the fear in their eyes, these sturdy folk who had survived so much already. They asked me, as people so often do, whether I would stay and protect them, whether my magic could drive away the darkness that pressed ever closer. And I had to tell them what I have had to tell so many over the years, that I could not stay, that my road led elsewhere, that there were other places and other people who also needed whatever help I could provide. I saw the disappointment in their faces, though they tried to hide it. They had hoped for a wizard's protection, for some powerful magic that would solve their problems and let them sleep safely once more. Instead, all I could offer them was advice and a small blessing upon their homes. But then, young Muriel's grandson, a boy of perhaps 12 winters, spoke up. His name was Beren, and though he was small for his age and had a twisted foot that made him walk with a limp, his eyes burned with a fierce determination. "If the wizard cannot stay," he said, his voice steady despite his youth, "then we must protect ourselves. We have done it before, and we can do it again." Some of the adults scoffed at this, pointing out that they were farmers, not warriors, that they had few weapons and less training. But the boy would not be deterred. He spoke of simple things: organizing watch rotations, building better fences, creating warning systems using bells and horns. Nothing grand or magical, just practical measures born of common sense and clear thinking. I watched this exchange with great interest, for here was a child showing more courage and wisdom than many adults, twice or thrice his age. Where others saw only reasons for despair, he saw opportunities for action. Where others wanted someone else to solve their problems, he was willing to take responsibility himself. Before I left that village, I took young Beren aside and spoke with him. I told him that I saw in him the makings of a true leader, not because he was the strongest or the fastest or the most blessed by fortune, but because he had the courage to act when others would only worry, to lead when others would only follow. I gave him a gift then, a small token that I had carried for many years. It was nothing more than a simple walking stick, carved from rowan wood and marked with a few protective runes. But I told him that it was a staff of office, a symbol of his responsibility to his people, and that as long as he carried it and remembered what it represented, he would have the strength to do what needed to be done. Years passed, as they do, and I did not return to that region for a long time. My path took me to other lands, and I attended to other matters, and that small village and its people faded into the background of memory. But I never quite forgot young Beren and his fierce determination. Then, perhaps 15 years after that first meeting, my wanderings brought me back to those northern lands. I was curious to see what had become of the village, whether it had survived the long years or fallen to the darkness that threatened it. And what I found amazed me. The village had not only survived, but thrived. The scattered farmsteads had been organized into a proper settlement with strong walls and watchtowers. The fields were larger and better tended, and the people, while still hard and weathered by their environment, had a confidence about them that had been lacking before. When I asked what had brought about this transformation, they pointed to their leader. Beren, now grown into a man despite his twisted foot, had become the heart of their community. He had organized them, taught them to work together, and showed them that they did not need a wizard's magic to protect themselves. They needed only courage, determination, and the willingness to take responsibility for their own fate. I met with Beren that evening, and we sat by the fire much as you and I sit now. He still carried that rowan staff I had given him all those years ago, worn smooth now by long use. He told me how they had driven off the wolves, how they had dealt with bandits and raiders, how they had survived harsh winters and crop failures, and all the myriad challenges that life in those hard lands presented. And I realized then that I had given him far less than he had given himself. The staff was just a stick, the runes mere marks in wood. What had made the difference was not my magic, but his courage. Not my power, but his willingness to act. Gandalf pauses, prodding the fire with his own staff, and the flames leap higher for a moment before settling back. When he continues, his voice carries a weight of profound conviction. That is true courage, my friend. Not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Not waiting for someone else to solve your problems, but taking responsibility yourself. Not relying on magic or might or any external power, but finding within yourself the strength to do what must be done. I have seen warriors face down dragons, and that too is courage. I have seen wizards stand alone against terrible darkness, and that requires bravery beyond measure. But I have also seen a crippled boy stand up in front of his frightened community and say, "We can do this ourselves." And that is perhaps the purest form of courage I have ever witnessed. The world is full of people waiting for heroes to save them, waiting for some great power to descend and make everything right. But the truth is that heroism is not the exclusive province of the great and powerful. It lives in ordinary hearts, in common folk who simply refuse to give up, who choose action over despair, who lead when they could just as easily follow. You carry such courage within you, I suspect, though you may not recognize it yet. The very fact that you are here, that you have undertaken this journey, despite its dangers and uncertainties, speaks to a strength of spirit that many lack. But remember Beren and his village. Remember that courage is not about being unafraid. It is about being afraid and doing what needs to be done anyway. The fire has burned low again, and the night presses close around your small circle of warmth and light. But somehow, Gandalf's words have kindled something within you, a small flame of determination that pushes back against the darkness just as surely as the physical fire does. And sometimes the wizard continues, his voice growing softer, more contemplative. Courage means knowing when not to act, when to wait, when to let events unfold in their own time. That too is a lesson I learned the hard way, through mistakes and misjudgments that still pain me to recall. There was a time, many long years ago, when I fancied myself wiser than I was. Oh, I had knowledge aplenty, and power too, and I had walked Middle-earth for centuries already. But wisdom, true wisdom, is not the same as knowledge, and I had yet to learn the difference in the way that truly matters, which is through painful experience. Gandalf shifts his position, and for a moment he looks older, more burdened, as though the weight of memory presses heavily upon him. The firelight catches the deep lines of his face, and you realize that this story costs him something to tell. "I was in Gondor then," he begins, "in the days when the kingdom was stronger than it is now, though already the seeds of its decline had been planted. There was a young captain of the guard, a man named Thorongil, though that was not his true name. He was remarkable in many ways, a natural leader, skilled in arms, wise in counsel beyond his years. The people loved him, and the steward relied heavily upon his judgment. But I, in my pride and my presumed wisdom, saw something in him that troubled me. I saw ambition, or what I thought was ambition. I saw how the people looked to him, how they spoke of him with reverence and hope, and I feared, in my arrogance, that he might seek to claim power that was not rightfully his, that he might disrupt the careful balance of things. So I counseled against him, not openly, for I am not usually so foolish, but in subtle ways. A word here, a suggestion there, planting seeds of doubt in the minds of those who might otherwise have given him their full support. I thought I was being wise, you see. I thought I was protecting Gondor from potential strife, preserving stability in uncertain times. The wizard's voice grows heavy with regret, and he stares into the flames as though seeing that distant past played out in the dancing fire. What I did not know, what I failed to see in my haste to act, was that Thorongil was actually Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the rightful heir of Isildur. He was not seeking power for himself, but serving in disguise, learning the ways of leadership, earning the loyalty and love of those he would one day rule. And my interference, though subtle, made his path harder than it needed to be. He left Gondor eventually, as he had always intended to do, but not before I had sown unnecessary doubt and created obstacles that served no purpose save to satisfy my own misguided sense of vigilance. When I finally learned the truth, when I understood what I had done, the shame of it burned like fire in my chest. I sought him out, finally. Years later in the wild lands of the north, I found him in a ranger's camp, weathered and travel-worn, looking more like a wanderer than a king, and I confessed to him what I had done, how I had worked against him in ignorance and pride. "Do you know what he said to me?" Gandalf asks, looking up from the fire to meet your eyes. "He said that he understood. He said that he bore me no ill will, for he knew that I had acted according to my lights, even if those lights had shown me a false path. He said that everyone, even wizards, must make mistakes to learn wisdom, and that the mark of true wisdom is not in never erring, but in acknowledging error when it occurs. His grace in that moment, his willingness to forgive, taught me more about leadership and nobility than all my years of study and observation had done. And more than that, it taught me the danger of acting too hastily, of letting fear drive my decisions rather than patience and trust." The wizard pauses to relight his pipe, which has gone out during his tale. The brief flare of the match illuminates his face, and you see sorrow there, and wisdom bought at a price. From that day forward, I vowed to be more careful, more patient, to watch and wait before intervening in the affairs of others. It is not always easy, mind you. There have been many times when I have wanted to act, when every fibre of my being has urged me to step in and use my power to shape events according to my will. But I have learned to resist that urge, to trust that others have their own paths to walk and their own lessons to learn. This does not mean doing nothing, you understand. There is a difference between patience and passivity, between waiting wisely and failing to act when action is needed. The art lies in discerning which is which, and that is perhaps one of the hardest lessons to master. I think of a garden, Gandalf continues, warming to his theme. A good gardener does not force plants to grow according to his timeline. He cannot make the seed sprout faster by pulling on it, cannot make the flower bloom before its season by commanding it to do so. Instead, he prepares the soil, provides water and sunlight, removes the weeds that would choke growth, and then he waits. He trusts in the natural unfolding of things, even when that unfolding seems maddeningly slow. Yet the gardener is not passive. He watches carefully, alert for signs of disease or pest. When the frost threatens, he covers the tender plants. When drought comes, he irrigates. He acts when action is needed, but he does not act merely for the sake of acting, merely to feel that he is doing something. So it is with the affairs of the world. We must learn to distinguish between the times that call for immediate intervention and the times that call for patient watching. We must develop the wisdom to know when our actions will help and when they will merely interfere with the natural unfolding of events. The fire crackles and pops, sending up a shower of sparks that spiral upward into the darkness. Gandalf watches them rise and fade, and when he speaks again, his voice is gentler, more reflective. I learned this lesson again in the Shire, though in a very different way. Perhaps that I have long had an affection for hobbits. They are remarkable folk in their way, though they would laugh to hear themselves described so. They possess a resilience, a fundamental decency, that I have found nowhere else in Middle-earth. There was a time when dark rumours reached me, whispers of a ring of power that had surfaced in an unexpected place. Every instinct I had screamed at me to act immediately, to investigate, to seize control of the situation before it could spiral into disaster. And yet something held me back, some small voice of caution that urged patience. I could have marched into the Shire and demanded answers. I could have used my power and authority to take possession of what I suspected might be a great danger. But instead, I waited. I watched. I made inquiries, yes, and I kept a careful eye on things, but I did not act precipitously. It took years, my friend. Years of watching and waiting, of gathering information piece by piece, of allowing events to unfold at their own pace rather than forcing them according to my will. There were times when that patience was agonizing, when I lay awake at night wondering if I was making a terrible mistake, if my inaction would lead to catastrophe. But in the end, that patience served a greater purpose than any immediate action could have done. When the time finally came to act, when all the pieces had fallen into place and the true nature of the danger was revealed, those who needed to be ready were ready. The right people were in the right places, not because I had maneuvered them there like pieces on a game board, but because events had unfolded naturally to bring them to where they needed to be. Gandalf leans forward, his eyes intense in the firelight, and you feel the weight of his gaze upon you. This is what I want you to understand, my friend. Action has its place, absolutely. There are times when we must step forward, when we must use whatever power or skill or courage we possess to shape events and turn aside disaster. But there are also times when the wisest action is to wait, to watch, to trust in the unfolding of things. The difficulty lies in knowing which is which, and there is no simple formula for making that determination. It requires wisdom, and wisdom comes only from experience, and experience often comes from making mistakes. I have made mine, as I have told you, and I will doubtless make more before my time in Middle-earth is done. But I can tell you this. When you face a choice between action and patience, between intervening and waiting, ask yourself what truly motivates you. Is it wisdom and necessity, or is it fear and the desire for control? Are you acting because action is truly needed, or because inaction makes you uncomfortable? Are you intervening to help, or to impose your will upon a situation that might resolve itself if given time? These are hard questions, and there are no easy answers. But they are worth asking, worth pondering deeply, before you commit yourself to a course of action that cannot easily be undone. The wizard settles back again, and some of the intensity fades from his expression, replaced by a gentler warmth. Now then, Gandalf says, his voice taking on a lighter tone, let me tell you a story of a different sort, one that speaks to the power of small kindnesses and how they ripple outward in ways we can never fully predict or measure. He reaches forward to adjust a log in the fire, and the fresh flames cast new shadows across the rough walls. Outside, the wind has picked up again, but here, in your small shelter, warmth and safety prevail. This happened in Bree, that curious town where the big folk and little folk live side by side, in a harmony that would astonish those who think such different peoples cannot coexist peacefully. I was passing through, as I often did, stopping at the prancing pony for a meal and a night's rest before continuing my journey. It was winter, and a harsh one at that. Snow lay thick upon the ground, and the wind cut like a knife through even the warmest cloak. The common room of the inn was crowded with travellers seeking refuge from the storm, and Barlaam Butterbur, the proprietor, was rushing about trying to attend to everyone's needs with his usual good-natured, if somewhat scatterbrained efficiency. I had secured a seat near the fire and was enjoying a hot meal when the door burst open, letting in a swirl of snow and cold air. A figure stumbled through, small and hunched against the weather, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust and recognize what I was seeing. It was a dwarf, but unlike any dwarf I had seen before, he was ancient, older even than the eldest dwarves I had encountered in my long years. His beard, which should have been a source of pride, hung in ragged tangles, matted with ice. His clothes were little more than rags, torn and patched again. He carried no pack, bore no weapons, and his feet were wrapped in cloth rather than proper boots. He stood in the doorway, swaying slightly, and I could see that he was near the end of his strength. The common room fell silent. Travellers looked up from their meals, their expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion to outright disgust. No one moved to help. No one offered the old dwarf a seat or a warm drink. They simply stared, and then, one by one, they turned back to their own concerns, dismissing him as beneath their notice. I watched this with growing sadness, for I have seen how quickly people can turn away from suffering when acknowledging it would require something of them. The old dwarf stood there for a moment longer, his eyes scanning the room with a mixture of hope and resignation, and then he began to shuffle toward a dark corner far from the fire, clearly intending to collapse there and count himself fortunate to be out of the storm. But then something remarkable happened. A young serving girl, barely more than a child, approached the dwarf. Her name was Lily, and she was one of Butterbur's many helpers, a quiet girl who went about her work without fuss or complaint. She was not wealthy, far from it. She wore a patched dress and wooden clogs, and I knew that she worked long hours for meagre wages. Yet she walked right up to that ancient, ragged dwarf, and she smiled at him with genuine warmth. "Come with me, grandfather," she said, taking his arm with gentle firmness. "Let's get you by the fire where it's warm. You look like you could use something hot to drink, and a proper meal." The dwarf stared at her as though he could not quite believe what was happening, but she simply guided him to a chair near the hearth, one that a merchant had been saving for his companion. When the merchant started to protest, Lily fixed him with a look that would have done credit to a queen and said, simply and firmly, "He needs it more." Then she bustled off and returned with a bowl of hot stew, thick with meat and vegetables, and a mug of mulled wine. She set them before the old dwarf, and, before leaving to attend to her other duties, she took off her own shawl and draped it around his shoulders. I watched all of this with great interest, and I was not the only one. The entire common room had fallen silent again, but this time the silence was different. People shifted uncomfortably, perhaps seeing in that simple act of kindness a rebuke to their own indifference. The old dwarf ate slowly, savouring each bite as though it were the finest feast in the halls of Erebor. When he had finished, he sat for a long time simply warming himself by the fire, the girl's shawl still wrapped around his shoulders. I saw tears running down his weathered cheeks and disappearing into his ragged beard. I approached him then and sat down in the chair beside him. We spoke for a while, and he told me his story. He had once been a craftsman of great skill, a maker of fine jewellery in the Blue Mountains. But misfortune had struck. His hall had collapsed in an earthquake, killing his family and destroying everything he owned. He had wandered since then, too proud to beg but too broken to rebuild, existing on the edges of society, forgotten and forsaken. I listened to his tale with compassion, and when he had finished, I offered him what help I could. I gave him some silver, enough to buy proper clothes and boots, and perhaps find lodgings for a while. But even as I did so, I knew that my gift, though larger than the serving girl's, was less meaningful. You see, I gave from abundance. The silver meant little to me, and giving it cost me nothing. But Lily had given from poverty. That shawl was probably one of her few possessions, and the warmth she had wrapped around the old dwarf was warmth she would now lack herself. Her gift had cost her something real, and that made it infinitely more valuable. Gandalf pauses, his eyes distant with memory, and you can almost see that snowy night in Bree, the crowded common room, the young girl's simple act of compassion. The story does not end there, he continues. Some weeks later, I passed through Bree again, and I made a point of inquiring after Lily and the old dwarf. What I learned amazed me. The dwarf, whose name was Borin, had used the silver I gave him wisely. He had purchased tools and materials and set up a small workshop in Bree. His skills, though he had thought them lost, returned to his hands, and soon he was creating jewelry of surpassing beauty. Word of his craft spread, and people came from far and wide to commission pieces from him. But here is the remarkable part. Borin never forgot Lily's kindness. He made for her a necklace of silver and sapphire, worked with such skill and artistry that it would not have been out of place in the treasure hoard of a king. He gave it to her with tears in his eyes, saying that no jewel could truly repay what she had given him, but he hoped she would accept it as a token of his gratitude. Lily, being the girl she was, tried to refuse, saying she had done nothing special, that anyone would have done the same. But of course, that was not true. She was the only one who had acted, the only one whose compassion had overcome indifference. She kept the necklace, though she rarely wore it, thinking it too fine for a simple serving girl. But years later, when Butterbur fell on hard times and was in danger of losing the prancing pony, Lily sold that necklace. The price it fetched was enough to save the inn and ensure that Butterbur could continue his business. And so, Gandalf says, leaning forward with his eyes bright, one small act of kindness rippled outward in ways that young girl could never have imagined. She warmed a cold stranger, and in doing so, she gave him back his purpose and his craft. He created beauty in gratitude, and that beauty eventually saved a place of refuge and fellowship that has served countless travelers over the years. This is what I want you to understand about kindness, my friend. We often think that to make a difference we need grand gestures, great powers, mighty deeds, but sometimes the smallest act of compassion, done without thought of reward or recognition, can change the course of lives and echo down through the years. Lily did not know she was saving a master craftsman. She did not calculate the potential return on her investment of a bowl of stew and a shawl. She simply saw someone suffering and chose to help, because that was who she was, because kindness was as natural to her as breathing. The world needs such people desperately. It needs those who will act with compassion even when no one is watching, even when there is no reward to be gained, even when the person suffering is a stranger who can offer nothing in return. These are the true heroes, in my estimation, more so than many who win glory on the battlefield. For battles, however necessary, are ultimately about destruction, but kindness is about creation. It creates connection where there was isolation, hope where there was despair, warmth where there was cold, and unlike the victories won by sword and spell, the victories won by compassion tend to multiply rather than diminish over time. The wizard falls silent, gazing into the fire, and you find yourself thinking about his words, about the small kindnesses you might offer, about the ways compassion ripples outward like rings on water, touching shores you cannot see. After a moment, Gandalf stirs and looks at you with a gentle smile. You are wondering, perhaps, how you can make a difference in a world so vast and so troubled. You feel small, insignificant, powerless in the face of the great darkness that threatens. But remember Lily. Remember that she changed everything with nothing more than a bowl of stew and a shawl and a warm smile. Remember that kindness costs little but means everything. The night deepens around you, and the fire burns steadily, a small defiant flame against the encroaching dark. Gandalf reaches for a log and places it carefully on the coals, and for a time you both sit in comfortable silence, watching the new wood catch and flame. The wizard seems content to let the quiet settle, to give his words time to sink in like rain into thirsty earth. Finally, he speaks again, and his voice carries a note of gentle melancholy, like autumn wind through empty branches. There is another lesson I would share with you tonight, he says, one that took me many years to truly comprehend. It is about hope, and why we must cling to it even when all seems lost, even when darkness appears to have triumphed utterly. He settles more deeply into his seat, his staff resting against his shoulder, and his eyes take on that distant look that means he is reaching far back into memory. I was traveling through Eriador, he begins, in a time of great darkness. The kingdom of Arna had fallen, its cities lay in ruins, and the lands that had once been green and fair had become wild and dangerous. Wolves and worse things roamed freely, and the scattered remnants of the Dunedain lived hidden lives, constantly fleeing from enemies they could not hope to defeat. I had been searching for something, though I will not tell you what, for that is a tale for another time. My search had led me through desolate country, through the ruins of once great cities now given over to wilderness. Everywhere I looked, I saw evidence of what had been lost, of glory faded and beauty destroyed. It was enough to break even the stoutest heart. I came at last to a place that had once been a garden, part of a palace complex that had served the kings of old. The palace itself was nothing but tumbled stone now, its walls broken, its towers fallen, but I could still make out the layout of the garden, could see where fountains had played and where flowering trees had grown. Now it was a wasteland. Weeds grew thick among the broken paving stones. The fountains were dry and cracked, filled with dead leaves and debris. Not a single flower bloomed, not a single tree bore fruit. It was as complete a picture of desolation as I have ever witnessed, and standing there among those ruins, I felt despair settle upon me like a heavy cloak. What was the point, I wondered, of fighting against the darkness when it could undo in years what had taken centuries to build? What hope was there for the people of Middle-earth when even the mightiest kingdoms could be brought so low? The weight of ages pressed upon me, and for a moment I very nearly gave in to hopelessness. But then, as I stood there in that ruined garden, something caught my eye. In a corner, almost hidden by a tangle of thorns and weeds, I saw a single flower. It was small and white, barely more than a bud, but it was alive and it was growing, pushing up through the cracked stone toward the light. I went to it and knelt down, carefully clearing away some of the weeds that threatened to choke it. As I did so, I realized what it was. It was a descendant of the flowers that had once filled this garden, a survivor carrying within it the memory of beauty and grace. Against all odds, despite centuries of neglect and destruction, life persisted. Gandalf pauses, and you see the firelight reflected in his eyes, bright as tears. "I cannot tell you what that small flower meant to me in that moment," he continues, his voice soft. "It was a revelation, a reminder of something I had forgotten in my despair. Darkness may triumph for a time, evil may seem to have the upper hand, but life endures, hope persists. The light, however dim, never fully goes out." I tended that flower before I left, clearing away more of the weeds, giving it a better chance to survive and spread. I do not know if it lived or died, whether its seeds took root and gradually reclaimed that garden, or whether it withered after I departed. But it does not matter. What matters is that it existed at all, that in the very heart of ruin and desolation, life found a way to persist. That is the nature of hope, my friend. It is not a naive belief that everything will turn out well, that darkness will simply vanish if we wish hard enough. No, true hope is something deeper and more resilient than that. It is the conviction that even in the darkest times, even when all seems lost, there is still meaning, still purpose, still the possibility of renewal. I have seen kingdoms fall and great works undone. I have watched darkness spread and evil flourish. I have stood beside the graves of friends and wept for futures that will never be. And yet, I have never lost hope, because I have learned to see what that flower taught me, that the capacity for renewal is woven into the very fabric of the world. The wizard leans forward, his voice taking on a new intensity. Think of a forest after a great fire. Everything is ash and blackened stumps, total devastation as far as the eye can see. It looks like death, absolute, like nothing could ever grow there again. But wait a season, perhaps two, and you will see green shoots pushing up through the ash. Wait a few years, and young trees will be reaching toward the sky. Wait a generation, and a new forest will have grown, different perhaps from what came before, but no less alive, no less vital. This is the pattern of the world: death and rebirth, destruction and renewal, darkness and the return of light. It is a cycle as old as time itself, and understanding it, truly grasping it in your heart, is the foundation of hope. But here is what you must remember: renewal does not happen by itself. That flower in the ruined garden grew because a seed had been planted long ago by someone who cared about beauty. The forest regrows because the trees that came before left seeds in the soil. Hope is not passive. It requires action, preparation, the planting of seeds, even when we cannot know whether we will live to see them grow. This is our task in dark times. We plant seeds, we tend small flowers, we clear away some of the weeds that would choke new growth. We may not live to see the garden restored to its full glory, but that is not the point. The point is to ensure that renewal is possible, that when the darkness passes, as it always eventually does, there will be something left to grow from. Gandalf sits back, and his voice grows gentler again, more contemplative. I think often of the gardeners of old, those who planted the trees in Rivendell and Lothlorien, who designed the gardens of Gondor, who filled the Shire with beauty. Most of them are long dead now, their names forgotten by all save the longest lived. They planted seeds knowing they would never see the full growth of those trees, created beauty that would outlast them by centuries. That is hope in action. That is faith in the future, even when the present is dark. They gave gifts to ages they would never see, trusted that their work would matter even after they were gone, and we must do the same. Whatever darkness we face, whatever trials lie ahead, we must continue to plant seeds. Acts of kindness, moments of beauty, words of encouragement, deeds of courage, all of these are seeds that may grow into something far greater than we can imagine. You may feel that your actions are too small to matter, that what you do cannot possibly make a difference against the vastness of the darkness. But remember that flower in the ruined garden. Remember that from one small bloom properly tended, an entire garden can eventually grow. Every tyrant who has ever lived has understood this, though they would phrase it differently. They understand that hope is dangerous to them, that as long as people believe in the possibility of something better, they cannot be fully controlled. That is why tyrants work so hard to crush hope, to convince people that resistance is futile, that the darkness is permanent and unchanging. But they are wrong. They are always wrong. Because hope is not something external that can be destroyed. It is something internal, something that springs from the human heart, from the very nature of life itself. You can kill a flower, but you cannot kill the principle of growth. You can destroy a kingdom, but you cannot destroy the human capacity for renewal and rebuilding. The fire crackles and shifts, and a log breaks apart in a shower of sparks. Gandalf watches them spiral upward and fade, and when he speaks again, his voice carries absolute conviction. So when you face darkness, when despair threatens to overwhelm you, when it seems that all your efforts are for nothing, remember the flower in the ruined garden. Remember that your task is not to defeat all darkness single-handedly, not to solve every problem or right every wrong. Your task is simply to tend what light you can, to plant what seeds you may, to keep hope alive in your own heart and kindle it in others when possible. This is enough. This is more than enough. For a single light in the darkness is infinitely more valuable than all the darkness itself. Darkness is merely absence, but light is presence, substance, reality. One small candle can push back the night, and when many small candles are lit, when many people choose hope over despair, action over passivity, then even the deepest darkness must eventually give way. The wizard falls silent, and you sit with his words, feeling them settle into your bones like warmth from the fire. Outside, the wind still howls, and the night is still dark, but somehow it seems less threatening now, less absolute. Hope, you realize, is not a feeling, but a choice, and it is a choice you can make, regardless of circumstances. Gandalf seems to sense your thoughts, and he nods slowly, a slight smile touching his weathered face. Yes, he says softly, you begin to understand. That is good. That is very good indeed. The wizard takes another pull from his pipe, and the smoke curls upward in lazy spirals, forming shapes that seem almost meaningful before dissipating into the darkness above. He watches the smoke for a moment, as if reading messages in its ephemeral patterns, then turns his attention back to you. Now, he says, his tone shifting to something lighter, almost playful. Let me tell you a story about pride, for that is a lesson we all must learn, often more than once in our lives. And this is a tale about myself, for sometimes the best teacher is our own foolishness, honestly acknowledged. You lean forward with interest, for Gandalf rarely speaks of his own failures, except in the most general terms. The fire illuminates his face, and you can see a mixture of amusement and chagrin in his expression. This happened many years ago, when I was younger, and, I must confess, considerably more sure of myself than I had any right to be. I had been studying the lore of the Eldar, learning their languages and songs, and I had become quite accomplished, or so I thought. My pronunciation was excellent, my vocabulary extensive, and I could recite long passages of their poetry without error. One autumn, I was invited to Rivendell for a gathering of the wise. Elrond was hosting scholars and lore masters from across Middle-earth, and I was eager to display my knowledge, to prove myself worthy of inclusion among such august company. I prepared extensively, memorizing particularly obscure passages and practicing my delivery until it was, I believed, flawless. The gathering began well enough. We shared knowledge, debated points of history, and discussed the state of the world. I contributed eagerly, perhaps too eagerly, offering my insights and demonstrating my command of Elvish lore at every opportunity. And I could see that some were impressed, which only fed my pride further. Then, on the third evening, an ancient elf arrived. His name was Gildor Inglorian, and he was old beyond reckoning, having lived in Middle-earth since the First Age. He was quiet and unassuming, content to listen rather than speak, and I must confess that I rather dismissed him at first, thinking him perhaps past his prime, no longer as sharp as he once had been. "What arrogance," Gandalf says, shaking his head ruefully. "What blind, foolish arrogance." That evening, I was holding forth on the subject of the Second Age, speaking with great confidence about events I had studied extensively. I quoted sources, cited authorities, and wove together a narrative that I thought was both learned and insightful. When I finished, there was a moment of silence, and I sat back with satisfaction, confident I had impressed the assembled company. Then Gildor spoke for the first time. His voice was soft, barely more than a whisper, but it carried clearly through the hall. "That is a very interesting interpretation of those events," he said gently. "I wonder, though, if I might offer a different perspective, as I was actually present for much of what you describe." The wizard's eyes crinkle with embarrassment at the memory. I felt my face flush hot with shame. Of course, he had been there. He had lived through the events I had been so confidently lecturing about, had witnessed them firsthand while I had merely read about them in dusty scrolls. And yet, instead of immediately acknowledging my presumption, I tried to defend my position, citing my sources and arguing that scholarly distance could sometimes provide clarity that direct experience lacked. Gildor listened patiently to my bluster, and when I finally ran out of words, he smiled. "Perhaps," he said kindly. "But let me tell you what I remember, and then we can discuss where your sources might have been incomplete or mistaken." He spoke then, and as he did, I realized how shallow my understanding had been. The events I had studied as abstract history were, to him, vivid memories filled with faces and voices, with joy and sorrow, with the complex reality that no written account could fully capture. He did not contradict me harshly or make a show of my ignorance. Instead, he simply shared his experience, painting a picture so rich and detailed that my carefully constructed narrative seemed like a child's drawing compared to a master's painting. When he finished, I sat in humbled silence. Everything I thought I knew had been revealed as partial at best, distorted at worst. And the worst part was that I had been so confident, so sure of myself, that I had not even considered the possibility that I might be wrong. Gandalf pauses to refill his pipe, and you wait patiently, sensing that this story cuts deep. Afterward, when the others had departed for the night, Gildor sought me out. I expected rebuke, a well-deserved lecture on the dangers of pride and the importance of humility. But instead, he sat with me by the fire, much as you and I sit now, and he told me a story. He spoke of his own youth back in the elder days, when he too had been proud and certain. He told me of a time when he had argued with Finrod Felagund himself, one of the great elven lords, insisting that his own understanding of a matter was correct, despite Finrod's greater experience and wisdom. And he told me how gently Finrod had corrected him, not with scorn but with patience, helping him see his error without crushing his spirit. That is the mark of true wisdom, Gildor told me. Not in knowing more than others, though knowledge has its place, but in understanding how much we do not know, and in helping others learn without diminishing them. He taught me something vital that night, something I have tried to remember ever since. Pride is not the same as confidence. Confidence comes from genuine skill and knowledge, honestly assessed. Pride comes from overestimating our abilities and underestimating our ignorance. And the ironic thing about pride is that it makes us stupid. It blinds us to what we do not know. makes us defensive when we should be curious, and prevents us from learning what we most need to learn. The wizard looks at you intently, and you feel the weight of his gaze. "I see this everywhere I go," he continues. "Scholars who refuse to question their assumptions, warriors who dismiss tactics they have not personally mastered, lords who cannot imagine that a common farmer might understand something they do not. Pride builds walls around the mind, turning potential wisdom into rigid dogma. And the most insidious thing about pride is that it disguises itself as virtue. We tell ourselves we are standing firm in our convictions, when we are actually just too stubborn to admit we might be wrong. We mistake inflexibility for strength, certainty for wisdom. We become like stones when we should be like water, flowing around obstacles, adapting to new information, always seeking the path of truth rather than the path that makes us feel superior. I have watched kingdoms fall because their rulers were too proud to take good advice from those they considered beneath them. I have seen friendships destroyed because neither party could bring themselves to admit error. I have witnessed opportunities lost and disasters unfold, all because pride prevented people from seeing clearly what was right in front of them. But I have also seen the opposite. I have watched as humble folk, willing to acknowledge what they do not know, learned and grew and accomplished great things. I have seen the power of a simple phrase, "I was wrong." I have witnessed how those 3 words, so difficult for proud hearts to speak, can heal rifts, open minds, and pave the way for real understanding. Gandalf shifts position, stretching his long legs toward the fire. After my humiliation in Rivendell, I made a vow to myself. I would strive to remember that no matter how much I learned, no matter how long I lived, or how widely I traveled, I would always be ignorant of far more than I knew. I would approach each new situation, each new person, with curiosity rather than certainty. I would listen more than I spoke. I would ask questions rather than assume I already had the answers. Have I always lived up to that vow? The wizard chuckles ruefully. No, I must confess I have not. Pride is a persistent enemy, always ready to creep back in when we are not vigilant. There have been times when I have fallen back into old patterns, when I have spoken with more confidence than my knowledge warranted, when I have dismissed insights I should have heeded. But I keep trying, and each time I catch myself falling into pride, I remember that evening in Rivendell, remember Gildor's gentle correction and his kind example. I remember that wisdom is not about being right all the time. It is about being willing to be wrong, to learn, to grow, to change our minds when the evidence demands it. This is especially important for those who hold power, whether that power comes from magic or authority or knowledge or simply force of personality. The greater your power, the more dangerous your pride becomes, because fewer people will be willing or able to correct you when you err. You must learn to correct yourself, to question your own assumptions, to actively seek out perspectives that challenge your comfortable certainties. I have known wizards who fell to darkness not because they were evil at heart, but because their pride prevented them from seeing the path they were on. They convinced themselves that their intentions justified any means, that their superior wisdom meant they knew best, regardless of what others thought. They built towers of certainty in their minds and locked themselves inside, and by the time they realized their error, it was too late. The fire pops loudly, sending a shower of sparks upward, and both you and Gandalf watch them spiral into the darkness. When the wizard speaks again, his voice is softer, more personal. "So I say to you, my friend, cultivate humility as you would cultivate any virtue. Not false humility, not self-deprecation, or the pretense of knowing less than you do. That is just pride wearing a different mask. No, I mean true humility, which is simply an accurate assessment of yourself, your strengths acknowledged, and your weaknesses honestly faced. Listen to those who disagree with you, especially if they have experience you lack. Consider the possibility that you might be wrong, even about things you feel certain about. Hold your beliefs with conviction but not rigidity, firmly enough to act upon them, but lightly enough to release them if they prove false. And when you do make mistakes, as you surely will, do not waste energy defending them. Acknowledge them, learn from them, and move forward. There is no shame in error, only in refusing to learn from it. The wise person is not the one who never makes mistakes, but the one who makes each mistake only once. Remember too that everyone you meet knows something you do not. The lowest beggar in the street, The simplest farmer in the field, the youngest child at play, each has experiences and insights that you lack. Approach them with respect, listen to them with genuine interest, and you will find that the world is full of teachers, if only you have the humility to learn from them. The night has grown deeper still, and you become aware that the wind outside has finally died down. In the silence that follows, you can hear the soft crackling of the fire and the occasional settling of the building's old timbers. Gandalf seems to notice the change as well, and he tilts his head as if listening to something beyond your hearing. The storm passes, he observes quietly, as all storms do given time. But while it rages, it is hard to believe it will ever end. Is it not? He turns his attention back to you, and there is warmth in his eyes, a grandfatherly affection that makes you feel safe and valued, despite the strangeness of the world beyond these walls. I want to tell you now about friendship, he says, and his voice takes on a tender quality. For if there is anything in this world more valuable than wisdom, or courage, or hope, it is the bond between hearts that choose to walk together through the darkness. The wizard pauses to stoke the fire, and the renewed flames paint dancing shadows across his weathered features. I have had many friends over my long years, he begins. Some brief as mayflies, their lives flickering past in what seems to me barely more than a moment. Others have endured for ages, their friendship a constant thread running through the tapestry of time. I have loved them all, each in their own way, and I have mourned them all as well, for such is the price of affection in a world where nothing lasts forever. But there is one friendship I would speak of now, for it taught me something I had not fully understood before, despite all my years and all my supposed wisdom. His name was Thrain, and he was a dwarf of the line of Durin. I met him in his youth, when he was barely past his majority by dwarven reckoning, full of fire and ambition and dreams of reclaiming his people's ancient glory. He was the son of Thror, who had been king under the mountain before the dragon Smaug drove the dwarves from Erebor. Thrain had every reason to be bitter, to let anger consume him. His people had been driven from their home, scattered across Middle-earth, reduced to wandering and taking service where they could. The wealth and power that should have been his birthright lay instead in a dragon's hoard, untouchable and lost. Yet when I first met him, I found not bitterness, but determination. He was camped in the wild lands east of the Misty Mountains, gathering what followers he could, planning and scheming ways to reclaim what had been taken. And though I knew such plans were likely doomed to fail, I could not help but admire his spirit. We became friends, he and I. An unlikely pairing, perhaps, a dwarf and a wizard, but friendship cares little for such categories. We would sit by campfires much like this one, and he would tell me of dwarven lore, of the great halls and the beautiful things his people had made, and I would tell him of my wanderings, of the wide world beyond his people's concerns. What struck me most about Thrain was his loyalty, not just to his people or his heritage, though that was strong enough, but to those who chose to follow him. He had gathered a small company of dwarves, some old warriors who remembered Erebor, others young folk who knew only the stories, and Thrain treated each of them as precious, valued each contribution they made, no matter how small. I remember one evening we were camped in a particularly desolate spot, supplies running low, spirits even lower. One of the youngest dwarves, barely more than a boy, had made a mistake while on watch, and his error had cost them some of their precious provisions. The others were angry, ready to turn on him, to drive him away or worse. But Thrain stood up for the lad. He reminded the company that they had all made mistakes, that the boy had been trying his best, that loyalty meant standing by each other even when, especially when, things went wrong. He took responsibility for the loss himself, said it was his fault for not training the boy better, and then he took his own portion of food and gave half of it to the young dwarf, saying that they would share the burden together. Gandalf's voice grows soft with memory. I learned something that night about the nature of true loyalty. It is easy to be loyal when times are good, when your companions are strong and successful and bringing you benefit. But real loyalty, the kind that matters, shows itself in adversity. It is standing by someone when they fail, when they make mistakes, when they have nothing to offer you but their need for your support. Thrain embodied this. Time and again, I watched him put the welfare of his companions above his own comfort. When food was scarce, he ate last and least. When danger threatened, he placed himself between it and those he led. When decisions needed to be made, He consulted even the youngest and least experienced, valuing their perspective even when he could not follow their advice, and his people loved him for it. They would have followed him anywhere, done anything he asked, because they knew, truly knew, that he would do the same for them. That is the foundation of real loyalty, you see. Not duty or obligation or even shared interest, but mutual commitment, the knowledge that you matter to someone and they matter to you. Years passed, and I watched Thrain's fortunes rise and fall. There were victories and defeats, moments of hope and long stretches of despair. Through it all, he maintained that fierce loyalty to his companions, and they to him. Even when his quest seemed hopeless, even when every reasonable person told him to give up and accept his fate, they stayed with him. Then came the terrible day when Thrain disappeared. He had gone on a journey to reclaim something precious that had been lost, and he never returned. For years I searched for news of him, following rumors and whispers across the length and breadth of Middle-earth. But I found nothing, and eventually I had to accept that he was likely dead. But here is what I discovered in my searching. Every dwarf I spoke to, every member of his old company, every person who had known him, spoke of him with love and respect. They told stories of his courage, yes, and his determination. But more than that, they told stories of his loyalty, of how he had stood by them when others would have abandoned them. One old dwarf, now nearly blind and living in poverty in a small settlement near the Blue Mountains, told me that Thrain had once given him his own cloak in a harsh winter, going without himself rather than see his companions suffer. Another spoke of how Thrain had nursed him through illness, sitting by his bedside for days when he could have been pursuing his grand plans. These were small acts, you might think, not the stuff of legend or epic poetry, but to those who received them, they were everything. They were proof that they mattered, that they were valued, that someone cared whether they lived or died. Gandalf pauses, and you can see the emotion in his face, the genuine sorrow of loss mixed with the joy of remembered friendship. I eventually learned that Thrain had been captured and imprisoned in Dol Guldur, that he had suffered terribly before his death. It grieved me beyond measure that I had not been able to help him, that his loyalty and nobility had led him into a trap from which there was no escape. But even in that dark place, even in his torment, he remained true to himself. The last thing he thought of, the last words he tried to speak, were of his people, of his son, of those he loved and who loved him in return. His loyalty endured even unto death. The wizard falls silent for a long moment, and you respect his grief, his memory of a friend long lost. What I learned from Thrain, he finally continues, is that loyalty is not just a virtue but a strength. It binds people together in ways that make them more than the sum of their parts. A group of individuals, however talented, is just that, a collection of separate beings. But add loyalty, genuine loyalty, and they become something greater. They become a fellowship, united by bonds stronger than steel. This is why tyrants fear loyalty so much. They can control individuals through fear or greed or threats, but they cannot control a fellowship bound by mutual love and commitment. Such groups are dangerous to those who would dominate, because their strength does not come from any single leader who can be removed or any single resource that can be taken away. Their strength comes from their bond itself, and that cannot be broken from outside, only from within. So, if you take nothing else from my stories tonight, take this. Be loyal to those who journey with you. Stand by them when they stumble. Support them when they doubt. Celebrate their victories and share their defeats. Do not abandon them when the road grows hard or when they fail to meet your expectations. And choose your companions wisely, for loyalty is too precious to waste on those who would exploit it. Give your loyalty to those who will return it, who value you as you value them, who see your journey as their journey, and your welfare as their concern. I have seen kingdoms built on fear and force crumble at the first real challenge. But I have seen small bands of friends, bound by loyalty and love, endure trials that would break armies. The power of such bonds is among the greatest forces in Middle-earth, stronger than magic, mightier than the sharpest sword. Gandalf reaches out and places a hand on your shoulder, and the gesture is warm and reassuring. You are not alone in your journey, my friend. Remember that. There are those who care about your fate, who will stand with you when the darkness presses close. And you must be that for others as well. We all need companions on the road, and we all have the capacity to be such companions in turn. Be the friend you wish you had. Show the loyalty you hope to receive. And in doing so, you will build something that no darkness can destroy. A fellowship of hearts that burns as bright as any star and endures beyond the ending of all things. The fire crackles softly, and outside, the first faint hints of approaching dawn begin to lighten the eastern sky. Though full sunrise is still hours away, you feel the weight of Gandalf's words settling into your heart, and you understand that what he has given you tonight is more valuable than any treasure, more powerful than any weapon. Gandalf stretches and shifts his position, and you realize that you both have been sitting here for hours, the night passing in a flow of stories and wisdom. Yet despite the lateness of the hour, or perhaps the earliness of the morning, you feel no real weariness. Instead, there is a strange alertness, as though the wizard's words have awakened something within you that had been sleeping. One more tale, Gandalf says softly, as if sensing your thoughts. One more before the dawn breaks fully and we must return to the demands of the waking world. This one is about change, about accepting what cannot be held, and about finding peace in the great turning of the ages. He settles back, and his eyes grow distant once more, reaching into the deep well of memory. There was a place I loved once, a valley in the foothills of the Misty Mountains. It was not grand or famous, held no great cities or mighty fortresses, just a simple valley where a clear stream ran between green hills, where wildflowers bloomed in spring, and the air was always sweet with the scent of growing things. I discovered it quite by chance many centuries ago, while fleeing from a band of orcs who had pursued me rather more persistently than I had anticipated. I stumbled into that valley exhausted and wounded, expecting to find at best a temporary refuge. Instead, I found a kind of peace I had not known I was seeking. A small community of men lived there, no more than 30 families, making their living from farming and shepherding. They welcomed me without question, tended my wounds, and gave me shelter until I was strong enough to continue my journey. I stayed with them for several weeks, and in that time, I came to love that valley and its people. They were simple folk, untroubled by the great affairs of the world. Their concerns were immediate and tangible: the health of their flocks, the yield of their crops, the welfare of their children. They had no kings or lords, governed themselves by consensus and custom, and lived in harmony with the land and with each other. I remember sitting with their eldest, a woman named Miriel, who must have been nearly 90 winters old, watching the sunset paint the valley in shades of gold and crimson. She asked me about the wide world, about the kingdoms and wars and great events that shaped the fate of Middle-earth. And when I had finished telling her what I could, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said something I have never forgotten. All those great matters you speak of, they rise and fall like waves upon the shore. Kingdoms come and go, wars are won and lost, and the mighty pass into dust. But this valley remains. These hills were here before any kingdom was founded, and they will be here when the last king is forgotten. That is the true permanence of the world, not in what we build, but in what simply is. Gandalf pauses, and his voice grows softer, tinged with sorrow. I returned to that valley many times over the following centuries. It became a refuge for me, a place where I could rest between my wanderings and remember what was worth fighting for. I watched generations pass, saw children grow to adulthood, and have children of their own. The faces changed, but the valley remained, and the gentle way of life its people maintained. But I knew, even as I treasured those visits, that nothing lasts forever. Change is the only constant in Middle-earth, and even the most peaceful valley cannot stand forever outside the great currents of time. The change, when it came, was gradual. First, a few families left, seeking better opportunities in the growing towns to the south. Then more followed, especially the young, drawn by promises of excitement and prosperity that the quiet valley could never offer. The fields that had been carefully tended for generations began to lie fallow. The houses started to fall into disrepair. I watched this happening with growing sadness. Each time I returned, there were fewer people, more empty houses, more land returning to wilderness. And though I could have intervened, could have used my influence to bring new settlers, or my power to make the land more prosperous, I knew that to do so would be to fight against the natural flow of things. The last time I visited, only 3 families remained. Old folk, mostly 2, set in their ways to leave, choosing to end their days in the place they had always known. They welcomed me as warmly as ever, but I could see the resignation in their eyes. They knew they were the last, that when they passed, the valley would be empty of human presence. I sat again with Muriel's great-granddaughter, who bore her ancestor's name and something of her wisdom. We watched the sunset together, as I had done with her great-grandmother so long ago, and I confessed to her my sorrow at seeing the valley die. But she shook her head gently. "It is not dying, Gandalf," she said. "It is changing." My great-grandmother understood that. We are not the valley. We are just visitors who stayed for a while. The hills and the stream and the wildflowers will remain long after we are gone. And who knows, perhaps someday others will come and make their home here, and the valley will live again in a new way. Her words reminded me of what her ancestor had told me so long ago, and I realized that I had forgotten the lesson in my attachment to what had been. I had loved the valley so much that I wanted it to remain forever as it was, unchanging and preserved like an insect in amber. But that is not the nature of life. Life is change, growth, transformation. To truly love something is to accept that it will change, perhaps even cease to be what you knew, and to find peace in that, rather than sorrow. Gandalf shifts slightly, and the firelight catches the deep lines of his face, making him look impossibly ancient and infinitely sad. The valley is empty now. I visited it one last time, several decades ago, and found only ruins. The houses had collapsed, the fields had returned to meadow, the careful paths had been overgrown. If you did not know what to look for, you would never guess that people had lived there at all. And yet, it was still beautiful, perhaps more beautiful than before, in its own way. The wildflowers grew in abundance, unhindered by human cultivation. The stream ran clear and cold, its banks lined with willows. Birds nested in the ruins, and deer grazed in what had once been gardens. The valley had not died. It had simply moved on, returned to an earlier state, or perhaps advanced to a new one. And standing there among the ruins, I felt not sorrow but a strange kind of peace. This too was right. This too was as it should be. We cannot hold on to things forever, no matter how much we love them. People pass away, places change. The world moves on with or without us, and we must learn to accept this, to find beauty in the transformation, rather than only mourning what is lost. This is one of the hardest lessons to learn, particularly for those of us who live long enough to watch the great wheel of change turn again and again. I have seen so much pass away, so many beautiful things lost to time. Every friend I have loved, every place I have cherished, eventually changes or ends. And each loss hurts, even when you know intellectually that it is the nature of things. But here is what I have learned. Nothing is truly lost. Everything that was continues to matter, continues to shape what comes after. The people who lived in that valley, their kindness and their simple wisdom, those things influenced me and through me influenced others. The peace I found there sustained me through dark times and helped me sustain others in turn. We are all part of a great chain, you see. We receive from those who came before, and we pass on to those who come after. Not just material things, though those too, but knowledge, wisdom, kindness, courage. The good that people do echoes forward through time in ways they can never fully know or measure. When Muriel showed kindness to a wounded stranger, she could not have known that the stranger was a wizard who would carry the memory of her kindness for centuries, who would tell her story to others in his turn. When her great-granddaughter spoke words of wisdom about change and acceptance, she could not have known that those words would still be remembered and repeated long after the valley itself had returned to wilderness. This is our consolation in the face of change and loss. We cannot prevent the turning of the ages. We cannot hold onto what we love forever, but we can ensure that the good we have known, the beauty we have witnessed, the wisdom we have gained, is not lost, but passed on. In this way, nothing truly ends. It simply transforms, becomes part of the great ongoing story of Middle-earth. The wizard looks at you directly now, and his eyes are bright with unshed tears and ancient joy. So when you face loss, as you surely will, when the things you love change or pass away, remember the valley. Remember that change is not death, but transformation. Remember that what you give to the world, the kindness you show, the wisdom you share, the courage you demonstrate, all of these echo forward in ways you cannot predict or control. You are part of something larger than yourself, a great chain of being that stretches from the first rising of the sun to the ending of all days. Play your part well, love deeply while you can, and when it is time to let go with grace, knowing that you have contributed to something that will outlast you, that will continue to matter long after your name is forgotten. This is not a small thing. This is, perhaps, the greatest thing any of us can do, to live fully in our moment, to love completely what we are given to love, and then to release it when the time comes, trusting that our contribution to the great story has meaning, even if we do not live to see how it unfolds. The fire has burned very low now, just a bed of glowing coals that pulse with warmth. Through the window, you can see that the darkness outside has definitely begun to fade, giving way to the grey light that precedes true dawn. Gandalf rises slowly, stretching his long limbs, and moves to the window. He stands there silently for a moment, looking out at the gradually lightening sky. When he speaks again, his voice is quiet, reflective, as though he is speaking as much to himself as to you. The night passes, he says, as all nights do, and with the passing of darkness comes the return of light. This too is a lesson, though perhaps the most fundamental one of all. No matter how long or terrible the night, dawn always comes in the end. He turns from the window and looks at you, and in his eyes you see something you have glimpsed throughout the night, but never quite grasped until now. It is hope, yes, but more than that. It is certainty, a deep and unshakable conviction that transcends mere optimism. I have told you many stories tonight, he says, returning to his seat by the fire one last time. Stories of wisdom and courage, of kindness and loyalty, of patience and humility and hope. And you might wonder why. Why an old wizard would spend a long night sharing tales when there is so much else to be done, so many urgent matters demanding attention. The answer is simple. Stories matter. They are how we make sense of the world, how we pass on what we have learned, how we connect across the gulfs of time and experience. A story told well and remembered truly can change hearts in ways that 1,000 swords cannot. It can kindle hope where despair has taken root. It can inspire courage when fear seems overwhelming. It can remind us of what matters when we are in danger of forgetting. I am old, older than you can easily imagine, and I have seen much. But I am not all-knowing, and I am certainly not all-powerful. There are limits to what I can do, boundaries I cannot cross, problems I cannot solve through force of will or magic. But I can tell stories, I can share what I have learned. I can light a small flame of understanding in the darkness. And that, strange as it may seem, is often more valuable than any display of power. For power fades, magic wanes, strength diminishes. But a truth, once understood, once truly grasped by the heart, and not just the mind, that endures. It changes you in ways that cannot be undone, shapes you into something you were not before. Gandalf leans forward, and his gaze is intense, penetrating. So, what have you learned tonight, my friend? What truths have lodged themselves in your heart? Let me remind you, for the night has been long and memory is fallible even for the best of us. You have learned that true wealth lies not in possessions, but in contentment, in living fully in each moment, rather than always reaching for something more. You have learned that wisdom comes from many sources, often unexpected ones, and that the humble and the simple often understand truths that the great and learnt overlook. You have learned that courage is not the absence of fear, but action despite it, that the greatest heroism often comes from ordinary people who simply refuse to give up. You have learnt the value of patience, of knowing when to act and when to wait, of trusting in the natural unfolding of events, rather than forcing your will upon every situation. You have learned that small kindnesses ripple outward in ways we cannot predict, that every act of compassion matters, that we have the power to change lives through simple generosity of spirit. You have learnt about hope, that it is not passive wishing but active trust, not naive optimism but deep conviction that renewal is always possible, that light always returns. You have learned the dangers of pride and the virtues of humility, the importance of remaining open to correction, of acknowledging error, of remembering that no matter how much you know, you remain ignorant of far more. You have learned about loyalty and friendship, about the bonds that make us stronger than we could ever be alone, about standing by others and allowing them to stand by you. And you have learned about change, about letting go, about accepting that nothing lasts forever in its current form, but that what truly matters, the love we give, the wisdom we share, the good we do, echoes forward through time in ways we cannot measure. These are not small lessons, my friend. These are the truths that wise people spend lifetimes learning, that some never learn at all. And I have given them to you in the space of a single night, distilled from centuries of experience into stories that I hope you will remember. But here is the final lesson, the one that encompasses all the others. Knowledge without action is merely philosophy. Understanding without application is just intellectual exercise. The truths I have shared with you tonight matter only if you live them, if you allow them to shape your choices and guide your steps. You face a difficult road ahead. I will not lie to you or offer false comfort. There will be times when you are afraid, when you doubt yourself, when the darkness seems overwhelming. There will be moments when you must choose between what is easy and what is right, when you must act despite uncertainty, when you must trust in things you cannot see or prove. In those moments, remember these stories. Remember Baldur the woodcutter and his simple contentment. Remember the old Took and his wisdom about living fully in each day. Remember young Baron and his courage in the face of impossible odds. Remember Lily the serving girl and her thoughtless kindness. Remember the flower in the ruined garden and what it taught about hope. Remember that you are not alone, that you are part of a great chain of being stretching backward into the past and forward into the future. Those who came before you faced their own darkness, their own trials, and they endured. They passed on their wisdom, their courage, their hope, and now it comes to you. And you, in turn, will pass it on to others, whether you realize it or not. Every choice you make, every action you take, sends ripples outward into the world. You cannot see where those ripples will go, or what shores they will eventually touch, but they matter. You matter. Your life, however brief or humble it may seem, is significant in ways that transcend your understanding. So go forward with courage. Face what must be faced. Do what must be done. And when you are uncertain, when you do not know which path to take, ask yourself what the truest, bravest, kindest version of yourself would do. Then do that, even if it is hard, even if it costs you something. The wizard stands again, and this time you sense finality in the gesture. The night of stories is ending, and the day of action approaches. Dawn is breaking, he says, moving to the door. A new day begins, full of possibility and peril in equal measure. The road calls to both of us, and we must answer. But before we part, before we step out into whatever this day holds, I want you to know something. He turns to face you fully, and in the growing light from the window, you can see his face clearly. The lines of age are there, yes, and the weariness of countless years. But there is also strength, wisdom, and an indomitable spirit that no amount of time or trial has managed to break. I believe in you, he says simply. I would not have spent this night with you otherwise, would not have shared these stories if I did not think you capable of understanding them and living by them. You have it within you to be brave, to be wise, to be kind, to be loyal. You have the capacity for hope, for humility, for accepting change while honoring what endures. The question is not whether you can do what needs to be done. The question is whether you will choose to do it. And that choice, my friend, is yours alone. I cannot make it for you. No one can. This is your life, your journey, your story to write. But I will tell you this. Whatever you choose, whatever path you walk, know that you carry with you the accumulated wisdom of ages, the lessons learned by countless people across the long years of Middle-earth, lessons bought with blood and tears and hard-won experience. All of that is yours now. Use it well. Gandalf opens the door, and cool morning air flows into the room, fresh and clean, carrying with it the scent of dew and growing things. The sky outside is painted in shades of rose and gold, the promise of a new day. Come, he says, gesturing toward the door. Let us greet the dawn together. Let us step forward into whatever this day brings, carrying the light of wisdom in our hearts and the warmth of fellowship as our shield against the darkness. You rise and move toward the door, toward the wizard, toward the breaking day. As you step outside, you feel different than you did when you first arrived last night. The world looks the same. The mountains still tower in the distance, The road still stretches ahead, rough and uncertain, but you have changed. The stories have changed you. Gandalf places a hand on your shoulder, and the gesture is both blessing and farewell. "Go well, my friend," he says softly. "Walk with courage, act with wisdom, live with hope. And remember, always remember, that even the smallest person can change the course of the future. You need not be great to do great things. You need only be true to the best within yourself." The sun breaks over the horizon, and golden light spills across the land, chasing away the last shadows of night. You take a deep breath of the clean morning air, and you feel ready. Ready for whatever comes. Ready to face the challenges ahead. Ready to be brave, to be kind, to be wise, to be true. Behind you, the fire in the way station has finally died down to cold ash, its work complete. But the warmth it kindled within you remains, and the light of the stories you heard will continue to burn long after the physical flames have faded. Gandalf turns and begins walking down the road, his staff tapping rhythmically against the stones, his grey robes billowing in the morning breeze. After a few steps, he pauses and looks back at you, a slight smile playing across his weathered features. "Are you coming?" he asks. The road goes ever on, and there are miles yet to travel before we rest again. And so you follow, stepping forward into the new day, into the unwritten future, carrying with you the precious gift of a night spent by the fire with Gandalf the Grey, listening to stories that matter, learning truths that endure, and discovering within yourself the strength to face whatever darkness may come. The road goes ever on indeed, but you do not walk it alone. You carry with you now the wisdom of ages, the comfort of fellowship, and the unquenchable flame of hope that burns in the hearts of all free peoples of Middle-earth. Dawn has broken, the night of stories has ended, and your journey, your real journey, has only just begun. Story 2. The fire crackles and pops before you, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkness, like tiny golden stars, seeking their home in the heavens above. The warmth spreads across your face, a welcome comfort against the chill that has settled over the evening. Across from you, wreathed in pipe smoke that curls and dances in the firelight, sits Gandalf the Grey. His weathered face is lined with the wisdom of ages, his eyes bright beneath bushy brows, and in those eyes you can see the flicker of countless memories, of roads walked and battles fought, of friendships forged and sorrows endured. The wizard draws deeply on his pipe, and the ember glows red as a ruby in the gathering darkness. When he speaks, his voice is like distant thunder rolling over far-off mountains, yet warm as the hearthfire itself. "Come now," he says, settling back against the stone wall behind him. "Let me tell you a tale from the elder days, when the world was younger and stranger than it is now. Draw closer to the fire, for the night grows cold, and the story I have for you is one that deserves to be heard in comfort and safety." You shift closer to the flames, pulling your cloak tighter about your shoulders, and Gandalf nods approvingly. His gnarled fingers tap the bowl of his pipe in a contemplative rhythm, and his gaze grows distant, as though he is looking not at the fire before him, but at scenes playing out in the theatre of memory. "This tale," he begins, "concerns a time before the War of the Ring, before even Bilbo found his precious treasure in the dark beneath the mountains. It is a story of pride and folly, of wisdom learned too late, and of the strange mercy that sometimes flows through the world like an underground stream, unseen but ever present. In those days, there was a young wizard, though we did not call ourselves such then. His name was Pallando, and he came from the west with fire in his heart and stars in his eyes. He was one of the Blue Wizards, sent to Middle-earth with a great purpose, to aid in the resistance against the growing shadow in the east. But Pallando, for all his power and good intentions, carried within him a seed of pride that would lead him down a path of sorrow and revelation. Pallando believed, as many young and powerful beings do, that strength alone could turn back the tide of darkness. He travelled to the lands beyond Rune, far to the east where few from the west have ever ventured, and there he sought to build an army of his own. Not an army of swords and spears, mind you, but an army of the mind. He gathered to himself scholars and sages, wise men and cunning strategists, believing that through pure intellect and magical might, he could create a bulwark against evil that would stand for all ages. For many years, Pallando laboured in the east. He built a great tower of white stone that gleamed like a beacon in the wilderness. Around this tower, he established schools of learning where the greatest minds of the Eastern lands came to study. They delved into ancient texts and forbidden lore, seeking always for greater knowledge, greater power, greater understanding. Pallando himself stood at the center of it all, orchestrating his grand design like a conductor leading an orchestra, believing with all his heart that he was doing the work that the Valar themselves had set before him. But there was a flaw in Pallando's vision, though he could not see it. In his pursuit of knowledge and power, he had forgotten something essential, something that even the wisest can overlook when they become too enamored with their own cleverness. He had forgotten the simple folk who tilled the soil and tended the flocks, who sang songs by their firesides and told stories to their children. He had forgotten that the strength of the world lies not only in the minds of the mighty, but in the hearts of the humble. The people of the eastern lands began to grow afraid of Pallando's tower. They whispered that the wizard had become cold and distant, that he no longer walked among them or listened to their troubles. They said that strange lights flickered in the tower at night, and that those who entered its halls came out changed, speaking in riddles and forgetting the names of their own kin. The farmers and shepherds, the craftsmen and merchants, all turned their faces away from the White Tower and would not send their children to learn there, no matter what promises of wisdom were offered. Pallando, sealed away in his tower with his books and scrolls and learned disciples, did not notice this growing estrangement, or if he noticed, he dismissed it as the ignorance of those who could not comprehend the great work he was doing. He told himself that when his plans came to fruition, when his accumulated knowledge and power were finally brought to bear against the enemy, then all would see the wisdom of his ways. The common folk would thank him then, he thought, when they were safe behind the walls of understanding he was building. But the shadow in the east was growing, and it had noticed Pallando's tower. The enemy is ever cunning, ever watchful for the pride of those who oppose him. And in Pallando's isolation, in his separation from the very people he sought to protect, the darkness saw an opportunity. Agents of the enemy began to infiltrate Pallando's schools, disguised as eager students and humble seekers of knowledge. They whispered poison into willing ears, twisting the pursuit of wisdom into a hunger for domination, turning the search for truth into a maze of deception. One by one, Pallando's greatest students began to disappear. They would leave the tower on some errand or quest, seeking some rare manuscript or legendary artifact, and they would not return. Or if they did return, they came back altered, their eyes shadowed with secrets they would not share, their loyalties no longer clear. The White Tower, which had once gleamed with hope and purpose, began to feel more like a prison, its halls echoing with whispers and suspicions. It was during this time of growing darkness that a visitor came to Pallando's tower. She was an old woman, bent with age, her face weathered by sun and wind, her clothes the simple homespun of a farmer's wife. She came to the great gates of the tower, leading a small donkey laden with sacks of grain, and she asked to speak with the master of the place. The guards at the gate, learned men who studied philosophy and magic, laughed at her request. What could the great Pallando possibly want with a peasant woman, they asked. Go back to your fields and leave the pursuit of wisdom to those with minds capable of understanding it. But the old woman was persistent. She returned the next day and the next, always with her little donkey and her sacks of grain. Each time she was turned away, sometimes with mockery, sometimes with impatience, but always with the same message that she was not worthy to enter the halls of learning. Yet she did not grow angry or discouraged. She simply returned, day after day, asking always the same question. Might she speak with the wizard Pallando, for she had something important to tell him. Finally, word of this persistent visitor reached Pallando himself. He was deep in his studies, poring over an ancient text that spoke of the binding of spirits and the bending of wills, when one of his senior disciples brought him news of the old woman at the gate. Pallando, irritated at the interruption, demanded to know why such a trivial matter was being brought to his attention. Could his disciples not handle a simple peasant on their own? The disciple explained that the woman had been coming for nearly a month, and that her persistence was beginning to cause talk among the tower's inhabitants. Some said she must be mad, others that she was perhaps a spy sent by their enemies to scout their defenses. A few, the disciple admitted quietly, had begun to wonder if perhaps she truly did have some message worth hearing though he himself could not imagine what wisdom a simple farmer's wife might possess that would be of interest to the great Pallando. The fire crackles and pops before you, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkness like tiny golden stars seeking their home in the heavens above. The warmth spreads across your face, a welcome comfort against the chill that has settled over the evening. Across from you, wreathed in pipe smoke that curls and dances in the firelight, sits Gandalf the Grey. His weathered face is lined with the wisdom of ages, his eyes bright beneath bushy brows, and in those eyes you can see the flicker of countless memories, of roads walked and battles fought, of friendships forged and sorrows endured. The wizard draws deeply on his pipe, and the ember glows red as a ruby in the gathering darkness. When he speaks, his voice is like distant thunder rolling over far-off mountains, yet warm as the hearthfire itself. "Come now," he says, settling back against the stone wall behind him. "Let me tell you a tale from the elder days, when the world was younger and stranger than it is now. Draw closer to the fire, for the night grows cold, and the story I have for you is one that deserves to be heard in comfort and safety." You shift closer to the flames, pulling your cloak tighter about your shoulders, and Gandalf nods approvingly. His gnarled fingers tap the bowl of his pipe in a contemplative rhythm, and his gaze grows distant, as though he is looking not at the fire before him, but at scenes playing out in the theatre of memory. "This tale," he begins, "concerns a time before the War of the Ring, before even Bilbo found his precious treasure in the dark beneath the mountains. It is a story of pride and folly, of wisdom learned too late, and of the strange mercy that sometimes flows through the world like an underground stream, unseen but ever present. In those days there was a young wizard, though we did not call ourselves such then. His name was Pallando, and he came from the west, with fire in his heart and stars in his eyes. He was one of the blue wizards, sent to Middle-earth with a great purpose, to aid in the resistance against the growing shadow in the east. But Pallando, for all his power and good intentions, carried within him a seed of pride that would lead him down a path of sorrow and revelation. Pallando believed, as many young and powerful beings do, that strength alone could turn back the tide of darkness. He travelled to the lands beyond Rhûn, far to the east where few from the west have ever ventured, and there he sought to build an army of his own. Not an army of swords and spears, mind you, but an army of the mind. He gathered to himself scholars and sages, wise men and cunning strategists, believing that through pure intellect and magical might, he could create a bulwark against evil that would stand for all ages. For many years, Pallando laboured in the east. He built a great tower of white stone that gleamed like a beacon in the wilderness. Around this tower he established schools of learning where the greatest minds of the eastern lands came to study. They delved into ancient texts and forbidden lore, seeking always for greater knowledge, greater power, greater understanding. Pallando himself stood at the centre of it all, orchestrating his grand design like a conductor leading an orchestra, believing with all his heart that he was doing the work that the Valar themselves had set before him. But there was a flaw in Pallando's vision, though he could not see it. In his pursuit of knowledge and power, he had forgotten something essential, something that even the wisest can overlook when they become too enamoured with their own cleverness. He had forgotten the simple folk who tilled the soil and tended the flocks, who sang songs by their firesides and told stories to their children. He had forgotten that the strength of the world lies not only in the minds of the mighty, but in the hearts of the humble. The people of the eastern lands began to grow afraid of Pallando's tower. They whispered that the wizard had become cold and distant, that he no longer walked among them or listened to their troubles. They said that strange lights flickered in the tower at night, and that those who entered its halls came out changed, speaking in riddles and forgetting the names of their own kin. The farmers and shepherds, the craftsmen and merchants, all turned their faces away from the White Tower, and would not send their children to learn there, no matter what promises of wisdom were offered. Pallando, sealed away in his tower with his books and scrolls and learned disciples, did not notice this growing estrangement, or if he noticed, he dismissed it as the ignorance of those who could not comprehend the great work he was doing. He told himself that when his plans came to fruition, when his accumulated knowledge and power were finally brought to bear against the enemy, then all would see the wisdom of his ways. The common folk would thank him then, he thought, when they were safe behind the walls of understanding he was building. But the shadow in the east was growing, and it had noticed Pallando's tower. The enemy is ever cunning, ever watchful for the pride of those who oppose him. And in Pallando's isolation, in his separation from the very people he sought to protect, the darkness saw an opportunity. Agents of the enemy began to infiltrate Pallando's schools, disguised as eager students and humble seekers of knowledge. They whispered poison into willing ears, twisting the pursuit of wisdom into a hunger for domination, turning the search for truth into a maze of deception. One by one, Pallando's greatest students began to disappear. They would leave the tower on some errand or quest, seeking some rare manuscript or legendary artifact, and they would not return. Or if they did return, they came back altered, their eyes shadowed with secrets they would not share, their loyalties no longer clear. The White Tower, which had once gleamed with hope and purpose, began to feel more like a prison, its halls echoing with whispers and suspicions. It was during this time of growing darkness that a visitor came to Pallando's tower. She was an old woman, bent with age, her face weathered by sun and wind, her clothes the simple homespun of a farmer's wife. She came to the great gates of the tower leading a small donkey laden with sacks of grain, and she asked to speak with the master of the place. The guards at the gate, learned men who studied philosophy and magic, laughed at her request. What could the great Pallando possibly want with a peasant woman? They asked. Go back to your fields and leave the pursuit of wisdom to those with minds capable of understanding it. But the old woman was persistent. She returned the next day and the next, always with her little donkey and her sacks of grain. Each time she was turned away, sometimes with mockery, sometimes with impatience, but always with the same message that she was not worthy to enter the halls of learning. Yet she did not grow angry or discouraged. She simply returned day after day, asking always the same question. Might she speak with the wizard Pallando, for she had something important to tell him. Finally, word of this persistent visitor reached Pallando himself. He was deep in his studies, poring over an ancient text that spoke of the binding of spirits and the bending of wills, when one of his senior disciples brought him news of the old woman at the gate. Pallando, irritated at the interruption, demanded to know why such a trivial matter was being brought to his attention. Could his disciples not handle a simple peasant on their own? The disciple explained that the woman had been coming for nearly a month, and that her persistence was beginning to cause talk among the tower's inhabitants. Some said she must be mad, others that she was perhaps a spy sent by their enemies to scout their defenses. A few, the disciple admitted quietly, had begun to wonder if perhaps she truly did have some message worth hearing, though he himself could not imagine what wisdom a simple farmer's wife might possess that would be of interest to the great Pallando. Pallando sighed deeply, setting aside his manuscript with obvious reluctance. Very well, he said, his voice heavy with condescension. Let her come up. Perhaps if I grant her a moment of my time, she will cease this tiresome display and return to whatever hovel she calls home. But mark my words, this interruption had better be brief. I have important work to attend to, work that concerns the fate of all Middle-earth, not the petty concerns of some addled crone. The disciple bowed and withdrew, and soon the old woman was led into Pallando's study. The chamber was vast and circular, its walls lined with shelves that groaned under the weight of countless volumes. Scrolls lay scattered across wide tables, and strange instruments of glass and metal gleamed in the light of a dozen lamps. At the room's center, behind a desk carved from a single piece of black stone, sat Pallando. He did not rise to greet his visitor, nor did he offer her a seat. He merely looked at her with eyes that held more impatience than curiosity, waiting for her to state her business so that he might dismiss her and return to his studies. The old woman stood before him, still and dignified despite her humble appearance. She looked around the great study with eyes that seemed to take in everything. The books and scrolls, the instruments and artifacts, the cold magnificence of it all. Then she turned her gaze to Pallando himself, and in her weathered face there was something that gave even the wizard pause. It was not fear or awe, as he had expected, but a kind of deep sadness, as though she beheld something precious that had been broken beyond repair. Well, Pallando said sharply, breaking the silence, speak. You have been most insistent on gaining an audience with me, and now you have it. What is this vital message that could not wait, this wisdom that only you possess? Out with it, woman. I have no time to waste on stammering and hesitation. The old woman did not flinch at his harsh tone. Instead, She reached into the folds of her rough cloak and drew out a simple clay cup, cracked and worn with use. She held it up before her, and in the lamplight it looked like the most ordinary thing imaginable, the kind of vessel you might find in any farmer's kitchen, used 1,000 times for water or milk or weak beer. "Master Pallando," the woman said, and her voice was soft but clear, "I have brought you a gift. It is not much, I know, but it is all I have to offer. I beg you to accept it, for I believe you have great need of it, though you may not know it yet." Pallando stared at the cup, then at the woman, and a laugh escaped his lips. It was not a kind laugh, but one edged with mockery and disbelief. "You have pestered my guards for a month," he said, "disrupted the work of my tower, and demanded an audience with me, all to present me with a broken clay cup. Woman, do you have any idea how many treasures and artifacts I possess? I have goblets carved from dragon teeth, chalices blessed by the valor themselves, vessels of crystal that sing when wine is poured into them. What could I possibly want with your peasant pottery?" The old woman's expression did not change. She continued to hold out the cup, her hands steady despite her age. "This cup," she said quietly, "has served my family for 3 generations. My grandmother drank from it, and her mother before her. It has held water from the well on hot summer days, and warm broth on cold winter nights. It has been at every meal, every celebration, every moment of sorrow and joy. Yes, it is cracked. Yes, it is plain and humble. But it has been loved, Master Pallando, and it has served its purpose faithfully. Can you say the same of all your magnificent treasures?" Pallando's eyes narrowed. He felt a stirring of something uncomfortable in his chest, something that might have been shame or anger, or both mingled together. "I see," he said coldly. "You have come not to bring a gift, but to deliver a lecture. You presume to teach me, do you? A simple farm woman with dirt under her nails and straw in her hair. What could you possibly know of the great work I am engaged in, the vital importance of the knowledge I am gathering?" "I know that while you have been gathering knowledge," the old woman replied, her voice still soft but now carrying a weight that seemed to fill the entire chamber, "your people have been suffering. The villages beyond your tower are plagued by bandits and worse things, creatures that creep out of the darkness while you sit here reading your books. The crops fail because there is no one to teach the farmers the old ways of planting and harvest, for all the young men with learning in their heads have come to your tower and forgotten the wisdom of the soil. Children go hungry while you feast on imported delicacies. The sick die while you study healing arts you never practice." Gandalf pauses in his tale, and you see his eyes gleaming in the firelight. He leans forward slightly, and his voice drops to a near whisper, as though confiding a great secret. "This, my young friend, is where the story takes its crucial turn. For Pallando, confronted with these truths, had a choice to make. He could have seen the wisdom in the old woman's words. He could have recognized that in his pursuit of power to fight the darkness, he had himself become a kind of darkness, a void of compassion and human connection. But pride is a terrible master, and Pallando had served it for so long that he could not easily break free of its chains." The wizard rose from his chair, and his face was dark with anger. "How dare you?" he said, his voice trembling with rage. "You know nothing of my work, nothing of the threats that gather in the east. Every moment I spend in study is a moment devoted to protecting you and your kind from horrors you cannot even imagine. I have given my life to this cause, sacrificed my own comfort and peace to stand as a bulwark against the shadow. And you repay me with accusations and ingratitude?" The old woman met his anger with a calmness that only seemed to infuriate him further. "I do not doubt your intentions, Master Pallando," she said. "I do not question your devotion to your cause. But tell me this, when was the last time you walked among the people you claim to protect? When did you last sit at a simple table and share a meal with those whose lives you seek to save? How can you guard hearts you have never known, defend lives you have never witnessed in their daily struggles and joys?" Pallando's hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Enough," he thundered. "I will not stand here and be lectured by an ignorant peasant who cannot comprehend the complexity of the forces arrayed against us. Guards, remove this woman from my tower. Let her take her broken cup and her presumptuous wisdom back to whatever dung heap she crawled from, and let it be known that she is never to be admitted again, no matter how she pleads." The guards came swiftly, as they always did when their master commanded. They took the old woman by her arms, not roughly but firmly, and began to lead her toward the door. She did not resist, but as she reached the threshold of the study, she turned back one last time to look at Pallando. In her eyes there was such sorrow that even through his anger, the wizard felt something twist in his heart. "I will leave the cup here by your door, Master Pallando," she said quietly. "Perhaps one day, when the magnificent vessels have all shattered and the crystal chalices lie in fragments, you will remember that it was offered to you in kindness. Perhaps then you will understand what you have lost." And with those words she was gone, escorted down the long spiral stairs and out through the gates of the White Tower. The guards returned to their posts, the disciples returned to their studies, and Pallando stood alone in his chamber, staring at the empty doorway where the old woman had stood. On the floor, just beyond the threshold, sat the simple clay cup, cracked and humble, and somehow accusatory in its very ordinariness. Pallando turned away from it, returned to his desk, and tried to resume his reading, but the words on the page seemed to blur before his eyes, and the ancient wisdom contained in the text felt suddenly hollow and meaningless. The old woman's questions echoed in his mind like the tolling of a distant bell. When was the last time you walked among the people you claim to protect? How can you guard hearts you have never known? The questions would not be silenced, no matter how he tried to focus on his work. Gandalf shifts in his seat, and the firelight casts dancing shadows across his weathered face. He draws on his pipe again, and smoke curls around his head like a crown of silver mist. "You must understand," he says, his voice gentle but firm, "that what happened next was not sudden. The fall of pride is rarely a single dramatic collapse, but rather a slow crumbling, like a great wall being worn away by wind and rain over countless seasons." Pallando did not immediately see the error of his ways. No, he continued in his isolation, continued in his studies, but something had changed. A seed of doubt had been planted, and though he tried to ignore it, it began to grow. Days passed, then weeks. Pallando found himself distracted from his work in ways he had never been before. He would catch himself staring out the windows of his tower, looking down at the distant villages scattered across the plains below. Smoke rose from their chimneys, and he wondered what the people were cooking, what stories they were telling by their fires. He found himself thinking about the old woman's cup, which still sat where she had left it, for none of the servants dared to move it without his command, and he had never given such a command. His disciples began to notice the change in their master, though they could not name what it was. Pallando grew short-tempered and distracted during their lessons. He would begin to explain some complex theory of magical binding, then trail off mid-sentence, his gaze growing distant. Sometimes he would cancel entire days of study, claiming he needed time for meditation and contemplation. But when his students passed by his chamber, they heard no chanting or prayer, only silence. It was during this time of growing unease that word reached the Tower of Trouble in the villages below. A sickness had come to one of the settlements, a fever that struck down the young and old alike. The village healer, an old man who knew the properties of herbs and the setting of broken bones, had himself fallen ill. The people were dying, and they had nowhere to turn. Some of the younger disciples, those who had not yet completely lost touch with their origins, approached Pallando with a request. Might they go down to the village and offer what healing arts they had learned? Surely this was why they had come to study, to use their knowledge to help those in need. Pallando's first instinct was to refuse. The sickness was likely not natural, he reasoned, but some plague sent by the enemy to weaken the lands. If his disciples went down to the villages, they risked not only infection, but potentially falling into some trap laid by agents of the darkness. Better to keep his forces intact and ready for the greater struggle that was surely coming. The loss of a few villagers, while regrettable, was nothing compared to the catastrophe that would result if his tower fell to enemy infiltration. But even as he formed these arguments in his mind, he heard another voice, soft and persistent, like water wearing away stone. "How can you guard hearts you have never known?" He saw again the old woman's face, the sorrow in her eyes, the simple cup offered in kindness and rejected in pride. And for the first time in many years, Pallando felt something crack in the armor of certainty he had built around himself. "Go," he said at last, though the word seemed to tear itself from his throat. "Go to the village and do what you can. But be cautious. and return at the first sign of treachery. His disciples bowed and departed swiftly, as though afraid he might change his mind. Pallando watched them go from his window, saw them descend the winding road that led from the tower to the plains below, and felt something strange and unfamiliar stirring in his chest. It took him a long moment to recognize it as fear, not for himself but for them, for these young men and women he had taught and trained and kept always at arm's length. The disciples did not return that day, nor the next. On the third day, when Pallando's worry had grown to near panic, he saw figures ascending the road to the tower. But they did not walk with the confident stride of healthy young scholars. They stumbled and supported one another, and as they drew closer, Pallando could see that 3 of them were missing. His heart, which he had thought armored against such feelings, clenched with a grief so sharp it took his breath away. He met them at the gates, something he had not done in years, and heard their tale. They had reached the village and found it in desperate straits. The sickness was indeed terrible, a fever that burned like fire and left those who survived weak as newborns. But it was not the work of the enemy, only the natural cruelty that sometimes visits the world. The disciples had done what they could, using the healing arts they had learned to ease suffering and save those who could be saved. But 3 of their number had fallen ill themselves, and despite all their knowledge and power, they had not been able to save them. They had died in the village, tended by the very people they had come to help, and were buried in simple graves beside the road. Pallando listened to this tale, and something inside him finally broke. Not broke in the sense of shattering, but broke as a dam breaks, releasing waters long held back. Tears came to his eyes, the first he had shed in decades, and he found himself unable to speak for the grief that overwhelmed him. These disciples who had died, he realized with terrible clarity. He had never truly known them. He had taught them formulas and theories, assigned them tasks and studies, but he had never asked about their families or their dreams, their fears or their hopes. They had been tools to him, instruments in his grand design, and now they were gone, and he had not even known them well enough to properly mourn them. That night, for the first time since the tower was built, Pallando left its walls. He walked down the winding road in darkness, carrying only a small lantern to light his way. The journey seemed longer than he remembered, harder than he expected, and he realized with shame how soft he had become in his isolation, how disconnected from the simple physical reality of the world. When he reached the village, it was deep in the night, and most houses were dark. But in a few windows, lamplight still glowed, where families sat vigil beside the bedsides of the sick. Pallando went to the house of the village healer, the old man who had fallen ill. The door was answered by a young woman, the healer's granddaughter, her face drawn with exhaustion and worry. She recognized Pallando, of course. Everyone knew the master of the White Tower, even if few had ever seen him. She seemed about to kneel or bow, but Pallando stopped her with a gesture. "Please," he said, and his voice was rough with emotion he could not hide. "I have come to help, if you will allow me. I know something of healing arts, though I have not practiced them in too many years. May I see your grandfather?" The young woman hesitated for only a moment, then stepped aside to let him enter. The house was small and simple, with earthen floors and rough-hewn beams supporting the ceiling. In the main room, a fire burned low in the hearth, and on a pallet beside it lay the old healer. His breathing was laboured and shallow, his skin pale and beaded with sweat. Pallando knelt beside him, and with hands that trembled slightly, he began his examination. The knowledge was still there, buried beneath years of disuse and theoretical study, but it came back to him slowly, like a half-forgotten song. He worked through the night, preparing poultices and brewing teas from herbs the young woman brought him from her grandfather's stores. Some of the ingredients he recognized from his studies, but others were unknown to him, simple plants with no grand names in the ancient texts he had pored over. The young woman showed him how they were used, knowledge passed down through generations of village healers, and Pallando found himself learning from her with a humility he had not felt in decades. She did not lecture or condescend, but simply showed him, her hands sure and gentle as she demonstrated the proper way to steep the leaves or bind the compress. As dawn broke, the old healer's fever finally broke with it. His breathing eased, and colour began to return to his cheeks. The young woman wept with relief, and Pallando felt a joy that was entirely new to him, or perhaps not new but so long forgotten that it felt like discovery. This was not the cold satisfaction of solving a difficult theoretical problem or the abstract pleasure of acquiring new knowledge. This was something warm and immediate and profoundly human. He had helped to save a life, not as part of some grand strategy or master plan, but simply because a life needed saving. Word spread quickly through the village that the wizard from the tower had come down to help them. At first, the people were wary and suspicious. They remembered the coldness with which Pallando's guards had always treated them, the disdain in the eyes of his disciples when they passed through on their way to distant libraries or archives. But Pallando moved from house to house, tending to the sick with his own hands, sitting at bedsides and holding the hands of the dying, offering what comfort he could. He made no grand pronouncements or impressive displays of power. He simply did the work that needed doing, and slowly, the people's suspicion began to melt away. Gandalf pauses in his tale, and you see him smile, a gentle expression that softens the deep lines of his face. He taps out his pipe against a stone and begins to refill it with fresh tobacco, taking his time with the ritual. "You see, my young friend," he says as he packs the bowl, "this is where Pallando began to learn what all who would wield power must eventually understand. The greatest magic is not found in ancient tomes or powerful artifacts. It is found in the simple act of caring for another living being, of seeing them not as a means to an end but as an end in themselves, worthy of respect and compassion simply because they exist." For 3 weeks, Pallando remained in the village. The sickness gradually ran its course, and those who were going to survive began to recover their strength. Pallando found himself doing things he would have considered beneath him mere weeks before. He helped to repair a roof damaged by wind, not with magic but with hammer and nails, working alongside the village carpenter. He sat with children while their parents worked the fields, telling them stories not from ancient history, but from his own life, his journey from the West, the wonders he had seen on his travels. The children listened with wide eyes, and their delight in his tales brought him more pleasure than any applause from learned scholars ever had. One evening, as he sat by a communal fire sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese with a group of farmers, Pallando found himself thinking of the old woman who had visited his tower. He wondered who she was, where she had come from, and why she had taken such pains to deliver her message to him. He asked the farmers if they knew of an old woman who travelled with a donkey and carried sacks of grain, but none of them recognized the description. It was as though she had appeared from nowhere and vanished just as completely, leaving behind only her cracked clay cup and her words that had burrowed into Pallando's heart, like seeds waiting to sprout. When the time came for Pallando to return to his tower, the villagers gathered to see him off. They brought him gifts, simple things that were precious to them. A loaf of bread baked by the best baker in the village, a carved wooden pipe from the carpenter whose roof he had helped repair, a blanket woven by an old woman who had recovered from the sickness thanks to his care. Pallando accepted each gift with tears in his eyes, understanding now what he had never understood before. These were not payments or tributes to his power. They were expressions of genuine affection and gratitude, given freely from hearts he had finally learned to know. The young woman who had helped him heal her grandfather walked with him partway up the road to the tower. They spoke little, but as they reached the point where she would turn back, she stopped and looked at him with eyes that held a question. "Will you come back, Master Pallando?" she asked. "Or will you shut yourself away in your tower again and forget about us?" Pallando was silent for a long moment, considering his answer carefully. "I do not know," he said at last, and the honesty of it felt like a weight lifted from his shoulders. "I have important work to do, work that I believe serves a greater purpose, but I also know now that I have been doing it wrongly, in isolation and pride. I must find a way to balance these things, to be both a guardian against the darkness and a servant to the people I guard. How to do that? I do not yet know." The young woman nodded, seeming to understand. "Then I will hope to see you again," she said simply, and turned to walk back down the road to her village. When Pallando reached his tower, it seemed different to him, though nothing had changed in the physical structure. The white stones still gleamed in the sunlight. The gates still stood tall and imposing, but now it felt less like a beacon of hope and more like a monument to isolation, a beautiful prison he had built for himself. His disciples greeted him with relief and curiosity, asking where he had been and what urgent matter had called him away. But Pallando did not answer their questions directly. Instead, he gathered them all in the great hall and spoke to them of what he had learned. He told them of the village and the sickness, of the simple healing work that had meant more than all their grand theories. He told them of the farmers and craftsmen, the children and elders, the ordinary people whose lives were the very thing they were supposed to be protecting. And he told them that things were going to change in the tower, that from now on they would not simply study in isolation but would go out among the people, learning from them as much as teaching them, serving them with their hands and hearts as well as their minds. Some of the disciples received this news with enthusiasm, glad to finally put their learning to practical use. Others were skeptical or resistant, arguing that such work was beneath them, that it would distract from their true purpose. A few, those whose hearts had been most thoroughly corrupted by the enemy's subtle influence, grew angry and defiant. They had not come to the tower to be servants to peasants, they said. They had come to gain power and knowledge for their own advancement. Pallando listened to all of them, and then he made a decision that would have been impossible for him mere weeks before. Those who wish to serve only themselves, he said, his voice firm but not unkind, are free to leave. I will not force anyone to stay who does not share this vision. But know this: power that is not tempered by compassion, knowledge that is not balanced by wisdom, these things inevitably lead to corruption and ruin. I have seen where that path leads, and I will walk it no longer. Several disciples did leave, departing the tower in anger or contempt. Pallando watched them go with sorrow, but did not try to stop them. He knew that some lessons could only be learned through bitter experience, and he could not force understanding on those who were not ready to receive it. But many remained, and in their eyes he saw a new light kindling, a recognition that perhaps there was more to their studies than they had previously understood. In the days that followed, the White Tower began its transformation. Pallando ordered the gates to be opened wide during daylight hours, welcoming anyone who wished to enter. Villagers came hesitantly at first, hardly believing that the forbidding fortress of knowledge was now open to them. They brought their problems and their questions, not matters of ancient lore or magical theory, but practical concerns about crop rotation and animal husbandry, about settling disputes between neighbors and teaching children to read. The disciples, under Pallando's guidance, began to apply their learning in ways they had never imagined. A scholar who had spent years studying the movement of stars helped a shepherd predict the weather patterns so he could better protect his flock. A student of ancient languages worked with the village carpenter to decipher old building techniques that made structures stronger and more resistant to storms. A young woman who had mastered the art of preserving texts taught farmers how to preserve their food through the winter, applying the same principles of protection and sealing to grain stores that she had used on ancient manuscripts. Gandalf leans forward, his eyes glinting in the firelight, and you can see the pleasure he takes in this part of the tale. This, he says, tapping his pipe stem for emphasis, this is when Pallando began to discover what the old woman had tried to tell him. True power is not hoarded and hidden away. It is shared and multiplied through sharing. Every farmer who learned to read could teach his children. Every child who learned could grow up to teach others. The tower became not a fortress, but a fountain, and the knowledge that flowed from it enriched all the lands around. But the enemy is ever watchful, ever jealous of those who work for the good of others. Word reached the dark places in the east that Pallando's tower had changed, that the wizard who had once isolated himself in pursuit of arcane power now walked among common folk, healing their sick and teaching their children. And this news was far more troubling to the shadow than the tower had ever been in its days of proud isolation. For a wizard in a tower is already half defeated, already separated from those he would protect. But a wizard who walks among the people, who knows their hearts and earns their love, such a wizard is a far greater threat. The enemy's response was subtle and cruel, as it always is. Strange rumors began to spread through the villages, whispers carried by travelers from distant lands. They said that Pallando's new kindness was a trick, a way to lower the people's guard so he could more easily control them. They said that the tower's opening was a ruse to identify those with magical talent so they could be taken away and used for dark purposes. They said that the sickness in the village had been no natural plague, but a curse sent by Pallando himself, so that he could appear as a savior when he lifted it. At first, the people who had met Pallando and worked alongside him paid no heed to such nonsense, but the whispers persisted and grew more elaborate. It was said that children who visited the tower came back, changed, their minds clouded with strange learning that made them disrespectful to their parents. It was said that the wizard's true purpose was to corrupt the youth and turn them against their own people. And slowly, insidiously, doubt began to creep into hearts that had been open and trusting. Pallando felt the change like a knife twisting in his chest. Parents who had eagerly brought their children to learn now kept them home. Farmers who had sought his advice now turned away when he approached. The young woman whose grandfather he had healed looked at him with confusion and hurt when he returned to the village, asking why he had pretended to be kind when his true intentions were so dark. When Pallando protested that he had no such intentions, that everything he had done was from genuine care and a desire to make amends for his past coldness, she shook her head sadly. "That is what my grandfather said you would claim," she told him. "But the travelers have shown us proof, letters bearing your seal that speak of using the common folk as tools and test subjects for your experiments." Pallando knew at once that these letters were forgeries, created by the enemy to sow discord. But how could he prove it? The seals looked genuine enough to fool any who did not know the subtle marks of authenticity. And his own past behavior, his years of cold isolation and proud dismissal of the common folk, made the accusations all too believable. He had built a reputation that now condemned him, and no amount of recent good deeds could erase the memory of his former pride. He returned to the tower with a heart heavier than it had ever been. His disciples gathered around him, asking what they should do. Some suggested using magic to force the truth into people's minds, to make them see the deception for what it was. Others proposed finding and punishing whoever was spreading the false rumors, making an example of them to discourage future lies. But Pallando rejected both suggestions. To force belief is to create resentment, he said, and to punish without certain proof is to become the very tyrant we are accused of being. No, we must find another way. That night, Pallando sat alone in his study, staring at the clay cup that still rested where the old woman had left it all those weeks ago. He had never moved it, and now it seemed to accuse him with its humble presence. "You thought you had learned the lesson," it seemed to say. "You thought that a few weeks of good deeds could undo years of prideful isolation. But trust, once broken, is not so easily repaired. And you broke the trust of these people long before the enemy sent his lies to finish the work you had begun." Pallando picked up the cup, turning it over in his hands, feeling the roughness of the clay and the sharp edges of its cracks. It was an ugly thing by any conventional measure, and yet there was something honest about it, something that spoke of use and purpose and humble service. He thought of all the magnificent vessels in his possession, the goblets carved from dragon teeth, and the chalices blessed by the Valar, and realized that he could not remember the last time he had drunk from any of them. They were treasures to be guarded and displayed, not tools to be used. On impulse, he rose and went to the kitchens where water was kept for the tower's inhabitants. He filled the cracked clay cup and raised it to his lips. The water was cool and sweet, no different from water drunk from any other vessel, yet somehow it tasted better, more real, more honest. And as he drank, an idea began to form in his mind, a way to prove his sincerity that would require not magical power, but the kind of courage that comes from vulnerability. The next morning, Pallando announced his plan to his disciples. He would leave the tower and live in the village, not as a visiting dignitary or a powerful wizard gracing the common folk with his presence, but as an ordinary inhabitant. He would take up a trade, learn to work with his hands in ways that produced visible, tangible good. He would subject himself to the same struggles and hardships as everyone else, proving through his actions over months and years that his transformation was genuine. His disciples were horrified. "Master," they protested, "you cannot abandon your position and your studies. What of the great work? The defense against the shadow? How can you protect anyone if you are grubbing in the dirt like a common laborer?" But Pallando's mind was made up. "The great work," he said, "is not separate from the small work. I thought I could fight the enemy from a distance, with pure knowledge and power held in reserve. But the enemy's greatest weapon is not force but division, not power but deception. And the only way to defeat deception is with truth, lived out in the small choices of daily life." He appointed his most trusted disciple to oversee the tower in his absence, with strict instructions that the gates were to remain open, and the work of teaching and helping the villagers was to continue. Then he gathered his few possessions, including the cracked clay cup, and walked down the long road to the village. He wore simple clothes, not the rich robes of a wizard, and carried no staff or symbol of authority. To any who passed him on the road, he would have looked like an ordinary traveler, perhaps a merchant or a craftsman, seeking work in a new town. When he reached the village, Pallando went first to the carpenter whose roof he had helped repair during the plague. The man recognized him, of course, and his face showed surprise and wariness in equal measure. "Master Pallando," he said, keeping his distance, "what brings you here? Have you come to defend yourself against the accusations that are being spread?" "No," Pallando replied simply. "I have come to ask if you would take me on as an apprentice. I wish to learn your trade, to work with wood and make things that are useful and beautiful. I have no money to pay you, but I am a quick learner and will work hard. I ask only for a place to sleep and simple food, and the chance to prove through my hands what my words alone cannot." The carpenter stared at him as though he had spoken in an unknown tongue. "You, an apprentice? But you are a great wizard, master of the White Tower. Why would you want to learn carpentry? Surely this is some trick or test." Pallando shook his head. "It is no trick, friend. I have spent too many years in pursuit of knowledge that existed only in books and scrolls. I wish now to learn the wisdom that lives in the hands of those who make and build, who shape the world through honest labor. Will you teach me?" For a long moment, the carpenter said nothing, his weathered face working through expressions of confusion, suspicion, and something that might have been hope. Finally he spoke. "If you are sincere in this, if you truly wish to learn and are willing to start as any apprentice would, then I will give you a trial. 1 month. If at the end of that time I judge that you have worked honestly and learned well, then we shall speak of continuing. But I warn you, the work is hard and the pay is nothing, and I will show you no special favor because of who you were." "Who I was," Pallando repeated softly. "Yes, that is the right way to say it. I thank you for this chance, and I will not waste it." Gandalf pauses to relight his pipe, which has gone out during his tale. The fire has burned lower now, and he adds another log, sending fresh sparks spiraling upward. You can see the satisfaction in his eyes as he continues. "And so began," he says, "the strangest apprenticeship in all the history of Middle-earth. A wizard, one of the Astari sent from the west to combat the growing shadow, learned to plane boards and fit joints, to select wood and treat it, to use hammer and saw and chisel with the same hands that had once woven spells of great power. The work was indeed hard, far harder than Pallando had anticipated. His hands, accustomed only to turning pages and wielding a staff, blistered and bled. His back, unused to bending over workbenches for hours on end, ached with a persistence that no amount of magical healing seemed to ease. He learned that there was a kind of knowledge that could not be rushed or acquired through study alone, a wisdom that lived in muscles and calluses, in the way a craftsman could judge the grain of wood with a glance, or know by the sound of a hammer strike whether a joint was true. The carpenter was a fair teacher, but a demanding one. He showed Pallando no special consideration, correcting his mistakes bluntly and expecting him to learn from failure as much as from instruction. When Pallando ruined a piece of valuable oak through careless measuring, the carpenter did not rage or mock, but simply said, "That tree grew for 80 years to produce that wood, and you have wasted it through haste and inattention. Remember this feeling, and do not waste another tree's life so carelessly." The lesson struck deeper than any rebuke could have. Pallando found himself thinking about the tree, imagining its decades of growth, the sun and rain it had drunk in, the birds that had nested in its branches. He had read countless texts about the properties of different woods, had memorized their magical correspondences and their uses in various spells and rituals, but he had never truly thought about the trees themselves, the living beings that had given their substance, so that other things might be made. It was another piece of the humility he was slowly, painfully learning to embrace. As days turned to weeks, the people of the village watched Pallando's transformation with growing curiosity. They saw him arrive at the carpenter's workshop before dawn, saw him labor through the day covered in sawdust and sweat, saw him return to the tiny room above the workshop too tired to do more than eat a simple meal before collapsing into sleep. There was no pretense here, no grand gestures or dramatic pronouncements, just the steady, honest work of a man learning a craft. The children were the first to soften. They would gather around the workshop in the afternoons, watching as Pallando struggled with some joint or measurement. Unlike the adults, they had no memory of the cold, proud wizard who had once inhabited the White Tower. They knew only this man who was learning alongside them, who was not too important to make mistakes or too proud to ask for help. When a small boy offered to show Pallando an easier way to hold a hammer, something his father had taught him, Pallando accepted the advice with genuine gratitude, and the boy beamed with pride at being able to teach something to a grown man. One evening, as Pallando sat outside the workshop repairing a chair that had been brought in for mending, the young woman whose grandfather he had healed approached him. She had been avoiding him since his return to the village, but now she stood before him with uncertainty written across her face. She held something in her hands, wrapped in cloth. "Is it true," she asked without preamble, "that you have given up your tower and your position to become a carpenter? That this is not some temporary penance, but a true change?" Pallando set down his tools and looked up at her. "I do not know if I can give up being what I am," he said honestly. "The power and knowledge I possess are part of me, like my arms or my eyes. But I can choose how I use them, and I can choose to remember that they were given to me not for my own glory but to serve others. The carpentry is not penance, but education. I am learning what I should have known all along, that there is wisdom and dignity in all honest work, and that the humblest craftsman who serves his neighbors well is worth more than the mightiest wizard who serves only his own pride." The young woman was silent for a moment. Then she unwrapped the cloth to reveal the cracked clay cup that the old woman had left at the tower. "I found this in your room above the workshop," she said. "The carpenter's wife asked me to return it to you. She thought it must have been left there by mistake, for surely no one would choose to keep such a poor broken thing when they could have something better." Pallando reached out and took the cup gently, as though it were made of precious crystal. "This," he said softly, "is the most valuable thing I own. It was given to me by someone who saw more clearly than I did, who tried to teach me a lesson I was too proud to learn. I keep it to remind me of what happens when wisdom is rejected and kindness is met with scorn. Every time I drink from it, I remember that I must stay humble, must stay connected to the simple truths that this cup represents." "What truths are those?" the young woman asked, her voice curious rather than challenging. Pallando turned the cup over in his hands, feeling its familiar roughness. "That we are all cracked and imperfect," he said. "That our value comes not from being flawless, but from serving a purpose, from being used with love and care. That the simplest things, when they are genuine and honest, are worth more than the grandest things that are hollow and false. The old woman who gave me this cup knew these truths, and she tried to share them with me. I rejected her gift and her wisdom, and it cost me dearly. I will not make that mistake again." The young woman nodded slowly, and some of the wariness left her face. "My grandfather says the letters that accused you were false, that no one who truly helped us during the plague could have written such things. He says we were foolish to believe them, that we let fear and old suspicions cloud our judgment. But many in the village still doubt. They say that your work as a carpenter might be just another trick, a different kind of manipulation." Pallando smiled, though there was sadness in it. "Then I must continue to work and let my actions speak louder than any accusations. Trust is like this cup, fragile and easily broken. Once cracked, it can still be used, still serve its purpose, but the crack remains visible, a reminder of past damage. I cannot expect people to trust me simply because I want them to. I must earn that trust back through consistency and honesty, through showing day after day that my transformation is real." As the month of his trial period drew to a close, the carpenter called Pallando aside one evening. "You have worked well," he said, his tone gruff, but not unkind. "Better than I expected, truth be told. You have learned quickly and been willing to accept correction. Your hands have hardened, and you no longer flinch from splinters or calluses. If you wish to continue, I will take you on as a full apprentice. The pay will be small, but you will have a place here for as long as you work honestly." Pallando bowed his head in gratitude, and there was no pretense in the gesture. "I thank you, Master Carpenter," he said, using the title with genuine respect. "I will continue to work and learn, for I have discovered that there is more wisdom in your workshop than in all the libraries of my tower." The carpenter looked embarrassed by this praise, but also pleased, and he clapped Pallando roughly on the shoulder before turning back to his work. So the seasons turned, and Pallando remained in the village. Summer faded into autumn, and autumn gave way to winter's chill. Through it all he worked at his craft, his skills slowly improving until he could be trusted with more complex projects. He made chairs and tables, cabinets and door frames, each piece a testament to the patience and precision he was learning. And with each thing he made, he felt something growing within him, a satisfaction that was entirely different from the cold pleasure of mastering a difficult spell or solving an abstract problem. This was the joy of creation, of bringing something useful and beautiful into the world through the work of his own hands. The villagers, watching this transformation continue month after month, began to let go of their suspicions. It is hard to maintain distrust of someone you see every day, covered in honest sweat and wood shavings, taking pride in work well done, and accepting criticism when work falls short. Slowly, conversations began again. People would stop by the workshop to commission a piece of furniture or to repair something broken, and they would linger to talk, sharing news and stories, asking Pallando's opinion on matters both great and small. Gandalf shifts in his seat, and the fire has burned low enough now that he adds 2 more logs, building it back up. The night has grown deeper around you, and the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. You see, he says, his voice thoughtful, this is the part of the tale that many would find tedious if it were told in full detail. Months of steady work, of slow rebuilding, of trust earned through countless small interactions rather than grand heroic deeds. But this is where the real transformation happened. Not in the dramatic moment when Pallando left his tower, but in the quiet accumulation of days, lived honestly and humbly. Winter brought its own challenges to the village. The snow fell heavily that year, and the cold was bitter. Many of the older houses had roofs that leaked or walls that let in drafts, and there was much work for a skilled carpenter. Pallando found himself working longer hours than ever before, often by lamplight when the short winter days ended, helping to weatherproof homes before the worst of the storms arrived. He refused payment from those who could least afford it, the widows and the elderly, the families with too many mouths to feed. This was not charity given from a position of superiority, but the simple recognition that those who had more should help those who had less. It was during this winter that a new threat emerged, though not one that announced itself with horns and battle cries. A band of raiders had been operating in the region, moving from village to village, taking what they wanted and leaving destruction in their wake. They were not orcs or servants of the enemy in any obvious sense, just desperate men made cruel by hard times and bad choices. But their impact was no less devastating for being mundane rather than magical. Word came that the raiders were moving toward Pallando's village, and fear gripped the people. They had no soldiers, no weapons beyond simple farming tools. The nearest garrison of the king's men was 3 days' ride away, far too distant to provide help in time. Some of the younger men spoke of fleeing, taking their families and what possessions they could carry into the wilderness until the danger passed. Others talked of barricading themselves in their homes and hoping the raiders would pass them by in search of easier prey. The village elders gathered to discuss what should be done, and to everyone's surprise, they invited Pallando to join their council. He came as he was, still wearing his work apron, sawdust in his hair and beard. The head elder, an ancient woman with eyes sharp as a hawk's, looked at him for a long moment before speaking. "Master Pallando," she said, and there was no mockery in the title now, only respect. "We know that you were once a great wizard, that you commanded powers we cannot comprehend. We have seen you set aside that power to live among us as one of us, and we honor you for it. But now we face a danger that simple carpentry cannot solve. We do not ask you to be our savior or our champion, but we ask for your counsel. What would you have us do?" Pallando felt the weight of their trust like a physical thing, heavy and precious. He thought of the old woman and her cup, of the lessons he had learned through months of humble labor. He thought of the people he had come to know, not as abstract concepts to be protected, but as individuals with names and stories, hopes and fears. The carpenter who had taken him in despite suspicions, the young woman whose grandfather he had healed, the children who had taught him to hold a hammer properly. These were not pawns in some grand strategy against the shadow. They were people he cared about, people whose lives had value beyond any calculation of strategic importance. "I think," he said slowly, choosing his words with care, "that we should neither flee nor hide. This is your home, and you have a right to defend it, but we must be smart about how we do so. Raiders seek easy plunder and quick escape. If we make our village difficult to attack and poor in obvious treasure, they may decide to pass us by in favor of softer targets. And how do we do that? Asked one of the elders, his voice skeptical. We are farmers and craftsmen, not warriors or tacticians. The raiders have weapons and the will to use them. What can we do against such violence? Pallando smiled, and there was something in that smile that reminded those present that he had not always been a carpenter, that beneath the humble exterior lay depths of knowledge and experience. We can use the land itself as our ally, he said. We can build obstacles and barriers that will slow any attack and force raiders to approach in ways that favor defenders. We can hide what is valuable and make what remains look poor and unworthy of the effort to take it. And yes, if we must fight, we can fight smart, using surprise and terrain rather than trying to match strength against strength. He began to explain his plan, sketching it out on the table with a piece of charcoal. The village sat in a small valley with a stream running through it, and there were natural features that could be enhanced to create defenses. Trees could be felled to create barriers across the most obvious approach routes, forcing any attackers to take longer paths that would expose them to observation. The stream could be dammed temporarily to create muddy ground that would slow horses and wagons. Warning bells could be set up at key points, giving advance notice of any approaching danger. But the most important part of the plan, Pallando emphasized, was not the physical defenses, but the organization of the people themselves. Everyone must know their role and be ready to act when the warning came. Children and elderly would be taken to the safest places, along with food and water to sustain them. Those capable of fighting would be positioned not in open confrontation, but in hidden spots where they could harass and delay attackers. The goal was not to win a glorious battle, but to make the village too much trouble to be worth raiding. The elders listened, and slowly they began to nod. This was not the kind of magic they had feared Pallando might suggest. No great spells or supernatural intervention, just practical wisdom applied to a practical problem. Over the next 3 days, the entire village worked together to implement the plan. Pallando was everywhere, helping to position obstacles, advising on the best places to set watchposts, showing the defenders how to use simple tools as weapons if necessary. He did not take command or issue orders, but offered suggestions and explanations, trusting the villagers to make their own decisions about how best to protect their homes. The carpenter, working alongside Pallando to build hidden barriers disguised as fallen trees, paused at one point to wipe sweat from his brow. "You could have simply used your magic to drive the raiders away," he observed. "One spell from a wizard of your power could probably scatter them like leaves before the wind. Why go to all this trouble instead?" Pallando drove another stake into the ground before answering. "Because," he said, "if I solve your problems with magic, what do you learn? That you are helpless without a wizard to protect you. That your own strength and cleverness count for nothing. But if you solve this problem yourselves, using your own hands and minds and courage, then you learn that you are not helpless. You learn that you can face danger and overcome it. And when other dangers come, as they surely will, you will know that you have the strength to face them." The carpenter considered this, then nodded slowly. "You have changed, Master Pallando," he said. "The wizard who came down from the tower months ago would not have thought this way. I think perhaps that old woman knew what she was doing when she brought you her cup." Pallando touched the cup that hung at his belt, where he kept it always now. "I think she did," he agreed. "I think she saw more clearly than I did what I needed to learn, even if I was too blind and proud to see it then." On the 4th day, scouts reported that the raiders were indeed approaching. There were perhaps 20 of them, rough men on horseback, armed with swords and bows. They had been terrorizing the region for weeks, and their confidence showed in the careless way they rode, expecting no real resistance from a simple farming village. But as they drew near, they found their path blocked by fallen trees and thorny barriers. When they tried alternate routes, they encountered mud and hidden ditches. Warning bells rang out, and the village seemed to empty before their eyes, defenders vanishing into prepared positions while anything of obvious value disappeared from sight. The raider captain, a scarred brute with cold eyes, quickly realized this would be no easy plundering. He called his men to a halt and surveyed the situation with growing frustration. The village was not abandoned. He could see movement in windows and behind barriers, but it was also not presenting itself as an easy target. Every approach was blocked or watched, and the defenders, though few in number, had clearly prepared for this confrontation. To force his way in would mean losses, perhaps significant losses, and even if they succeeded, there was no guarantee the plunder would be worth the cost. Pallando watched from a concealed position, using the same patience he had learnt in carpentry. "Wait," he had told the defenders. "Do not attack, unless they attack first. Give them time to realize that easier prey exists elsewhere." The raiders circled the village's perimeter, probing for weaknesses, shooting a few arrows that fell harmlessly into prepared barriers. Time stretched out, tense and uncertain. The villagers held their positions, hearts pounding but hands steady on their makeshift weapons. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity but was perhaps only an hour, the raider captain made his decision. He shouted something to his men, and they wheeled their horses about, riding off toward the east. The village had been judged too difficult, too organized, too much trouble for uncertain reward. The defenders waited until the raiders were well out of sight before emerging from their positions, and when they did, a great cheer went up. They had protected their homes not through magic or military might, but through their own courage and cleverness. That night, the village celebrated with a feast unlike any in recent memory. Tables were set up in the common square, and everyone contributed what they could, creating a meal that was simple but joyous. Pallando sat among them, not at the head table or in any position of honor, but with the carpenter's family, sharing bread and ale and laughter. The young woman whose grandfather he had healed approached him during the meal, a cup in her hands. Not the cracked clay cup, but a new one, beautifully made and inscribed with words in the common tongue. "This is for you," she said, presenting it to him. "We all contributed to have it made. The inscription says, 'From those who learned to stand together.' We wanted you to have something that shows our gratitude, not just for helping us prepare, but for teaching us that we are stronger than we knew." Pallando accepted the cup with hands that trembled slightly. It was beautiful, a work of real craftsmanship, worth far more than the cracked clay cup in monetary terms. But even as he admired it, he felt his fingers close around the old cup at his belt. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "This is a gift I will treasure always. But if you will permit me, I will keep my old cup as well, for it reminds me of lessons I must never forget." Gandalf pauses, and you see the firelight reflecting in his eyes, making them seem to glow with inner wisdom. "And here, my young friend," he says softly, "we come to the heart of the tale, though not yet its ending. For that very night, as the celebrations wound down and people returned to their homes, the old woman who had first visited Pallando's tower appeared once more in the village. She came quietly, without fanfare, leading her small donkey just as before. But this time, when people saw her, they recognized something they had not seen before. There was a light about her, subtle but unmistakable, the kind of radiance that clings to those who walk in higher places. Pallando was sitting alone by the dying embers of the feast fire when she approached. He looked up and felt his breath catch in his throat. In the moonlight, the old woman's form seemed to shift and shimmer, and for just a moment, he saw her as she truly was. Not a simple peasant, but one of the Maiar, a spirit of great power clothed in humble form. She had been sent, he realized, specifically to teach him the lesson he had so desperately needed to learn. "You have done well," she said, her voice now carrying harmonics that spoke of vast depths of wisdom and compassion. "When I came to your tower, you saw only an ignorant peasant. You could not imagine that someone in such humble guise might have anything to teach you. But now you have learned that wisdom walks in many forms, and that pride blinds us to truths that the humble can see clearly." Pallando rose and bowed deeply, not in civility, but in genuine respect. "I was a fool," he said. "I wasted years in isolation, believing that knowledge alone could defeat the shadow. But knowledge without compassion is hollow. Power without connection to those we serve is meaningless. You tried to teach me this with your cup, and I rejected your gift. I am grateful that you did not give up on me entirely." The old woman smiled, and in that smile was both warmth and sadness. "The enemy's greatest weapon is not military might," she said. "It is isolation, division, the severing of the bonds that connect all free peoples. When you shut yourself away in your tower, you did his work for him. But when you came down and lived among the people, when you learned to see their struggles as your own and their victories as worth celebrating, you became far more dangerous to the shadow than you ever were with all your accumulated knowledge and power." She reached into her cloak and drew out another cup, identical to the cracked one she had first given him. "This too I give you," she said, "not to replace the first, but to accompany it. 1 cup for what you were, broken and in need of repair. 1 cup for what you are becoming, whole but still humble. Carry both, and remember that transformation is not a single moment, but a continuous choice." Pallando accepted the second cup with reverence. "What should I do now?" he asked. "Should I return to my tower? Continue my studies with this new understanding? Or remain here as a carpenter, living among those I once held myself above?" The old woman shook her head. "That choice is yours to make," she said. "There is no single right path, only the path you choose to walk with intention and integrity. But know this, the tower you left is not the same as the one you will return to, because you are not the same. Whatever you choose, let it be in service to others, not in service to your own pride or fear." With those words, she turned and walked away into the night, her donkey following faithfully behind. Pallando watched her go until she vanished into the darkness, and he was left alone with his 2 cups and his thoughts. He sat by the fire until dawn, weighing his choices, thinking about all he had learned and all he still had yet to understand. When morning came, Pallando went to the carpenter and told him of his decision. "I must return to the tower," he said, "but not to abandon what I have learned here. I need to bring these lessons back to my disciples, to reshape what the tower means and how it serves the people. But I will not forget my craft. I will keep my tools in my workshop, and I will return here often to continue learning from you and from all the people of this village." The carpenter nodded, unsurprised by this decision. "You have been a good apprentice," he said, "and you have become a decent carpenter. But I always knew you had other work to do, work that only you can accomplish. Go to your tower, Master Pallando, but remember that you will always have a place in my workshop if you need it." And so, Pallando returned to the White Tower, but he returned transformed. The first thing he did upon arriving was to gather all his disciples, those who had remained and those who had left but now returned, curious about the changes they had heard of. He stood before them not in grand robes but in his carpenter's apron, sawdust still clinging to his beard, his hands calloused and strong from months of honest labor. "My friends," he said, "I have been away learning a trade, but I have learned far more than carpentry. I have learned that true wisdom cannot be found only in books, that real power comes not from spells and rituals alone, but from connection and compassion. I have learned that the greatest magic we can work is the magic of transformation, not of others, but of ourselves. From this day forward, this tower will no longer be a fortress of isolated learning, but a bridge between knowledge and service, between power and humility." He showed them the 2 cups, old and new, cracked and whole. "These will remain on my desk," he said, "visible to all who enter. They will remind us that we are all broken in some way, that we all need healing and repair. But they will also remind us that brokenness does not make us worthless, that cracks can be mended and purpose can be renewed. Let anyone who comes to study here, regardless of their station or education, be welcomed and taught. Let us go out among the people not as masters dispensing wisdom from on high, but as fellow travelers on the road of learning." The changes Pallando implemented were radical and met with resistance from some quarters. Several of the older, more traditional disciples left in disgust, unable to accept this new vision of what a wizard's tower should be. But others embraced the transformation with enthusiasm, hungry for the kind of meaningful engagement with the world that Pallando now championed. The tower's library was open to all who could read, and classes were offered to teach those who could not. Disciples were required to spend time in the villages, not just teaching but learning, working alongside farmers and craftsmen, understanding the lives of those they served. Months passed, then years. The White Tower became known throughout the Eastern lands, not as a place of mysterious power and forbidden knowledge, but as a source of practical wisdom and genuine help. When drought threatened the region, it was disciples from the tower who helped dig wells and design irrigation systems. When plague came, it was healers trained in the tower who moved from village to village, treating the sick and teaching preventive care. The knowledge contained in those ancient texts was not hoarded but shared, translated into practical applications that improved lives in tangible ways. But the enemy had not forgotten Pallando, and what the shadow could not corrupt through pride, it now sought to destroy through more direct means. Word reached the tower one winter evening that a great force was gathering in the east. Not raiders or bandits, but a true army, equipped with weapons of war and led by a sorcerer in the enemy's service. This force was marching westward, and the White Tower lay directly in its path. The sorcerer had been one of Pallando's own disciples, one who had left in anger when the tower's mission had changed, and his hatred for his former master burned with the intensity of personal betrayal. The news sent ripples of fear through the tower and the surrounding villages. This was not a threat that could be turned aside with clever defenses or strategic obstacles. This was an army numbering in the hundreds, with siege weapons and dark magic at its disposal. The villages could not stand against such force, and even the tower itself, for all its stone walls and magical wards, would eventually fall to a sustained assault. Pallando's disciples gathered in the great hall, their faces grave. "Master," said one of the senior students, a woman who had stayed through all the changes and grown in both power and wisdom, "we must prepare for battle. We have magic at our command, enough to make any assault costly. If we summon all our strength, we might hold them off long enough for reinforcements to arrive." Another voice rose in counterpoint. "Or we could flee, taking the most valuable texts and artifacts with us. The tower can be rebuilt elsewhere, in a safer location. Why sacrifice everything we have built for this particular place? We could continue our work from a new stronghold." Pallando listened to all the suggestions, the arguments for fighting or fleeing, for calling upon old alliances or trying to negotiate. He sat at the head of the table, the two cups before him, old and new, and he felt the weight of every choice pressing down upon him. This was the moment he had been preparing for all those years ago, when he first built the tower, the confrontation with the enemy's forces that he had always known would come. But he had imagined facing it as a mighty wizard secure in his power, not as a humble teacher who had learned to value connection over conquest. Gandalf leans forward, and the fire casts his shadow large upon the wall behind him. His voice drops to a near whisper, and you find yourself leaning closer to catch every word. This, he says, was the true test, not of Pallando's magical ability, which had never been in question, but of the wisdom he had gained through his transformation. He could have retreated into the old ways, could have become again the proud, isolated wizard who fought alone from his tower of power. All his recent humility might have been swept away in the face of real danger, revealed as nothing more than a pleasant interlude before returning to what he truly was. But Pallando surprised them all. He rose from his seat and walked to the window, looking out at the villages scattered across the plains below. Lights flickered in windows where families sat together by their hearths, unaware of the doom marching toward them. He thought of the carpenter and his family, of the young woman whose grandfather he had healed, of the children who had taught him to hold a hammer properly. He thought of all the lives that would be destroyed if he made the wrong choice now. "We will not flee," he said at last, turning back to face his disciples, "and we will not hole up in this tower like rats in a trap, trusting to walls and wards to save us." The tower was always just stone and mortar, books and scrolls. What truly matters is not this building, but the connections we have forged, the trust we have built, the community we have become part of. If we are to face this threat, we will face it not as isolated wizards, but as members of that community, fighting alongside those we have learned to serve. "But Master," protested one of the younger disciples, "the villagers are not warriors. They have no magic, no training in combat. How can they stand against an army led by a sorcerer? We would be asking them to sacrifice themselves for nothing." Pallando shook his head. "You have not been listening to what I have tried to teach you these past years. I do not ask them to fight as we would fight, with magic and power. I ask them to do what they have always done, to use their knowledge of this land, their understanding of its rhythms and resources, their bonds with one another. And I ask us to support them in that, not as their masters or their saviors, but as their partners." He began to explain his plan, and as he spoke, some of the disciples' faces showed understanding, while others remained skeptical. The villagers would not try to meet the army in open battle. That would be suicide. Instead, they would use the land itself as their weapon, just as they had done with the raiders, but on a much larger scale. They would poison wells that the army would need to use, destroy bridges, and create obstacles that would slow the enemy's advance. They would harry the supply lines, create diversions and false trails, make every mile of the enemy's march a grueling ordeal. "And the tower's magic," Pallando explained, would not be used for grand destructive spells but for support and enhancement. They would use their power to make the obstacles more effective, to cloud the enemy's divinations and scouting, to protect the villagers as they did their dangerous work. The goal was not to destroy the army in a single glorious battle, but to make its continued advance so costly and difficult that it would eventually collapse of its own weight. It was a plan that required patience, coordination, and trust. The disciples would have to work closely with the villagers, following their lead as often as giving direction. Pride would have to be set aside in favor of practical effectiveness. Some of the disciples embraced this challenge eagerly, seeing it as an extension of everything they had learned during their time serving in the villages. Others struggled with the idea of taking a supporting role rather than being the heroes of the story. Over the next weeks, the entire region mobilized. Pallando traveled from village to village, not giving orders but offering counsel and support. He taught the village leaders how to organize their people, how to prioritize threats, and allocate scarce resources. His disciples spread out across the land, each paired with local guides who knew every hill and stream, every cave and forest path. Together they prepared a web of defenses and delaying tactics that would turn the army's march into a nightmare. The young woman whose grandfather Pallando had healed found him one evening as he was preparing to return to the tower. She had become a leader in her own village, organizing the evacuation of those too young or old to help with the defense. "Master Pallando," she said, "I have a question that troubles me. If we succeed in turning back this army, if we make their advance so costly that they give up and retreat, will that not just postpone the problem? Will they not return with greater numbers, more prepared for our tactics?" Pallando nodded slowly. "It is possible," he admitted. "Likely even, but we are not trying to win a final victory here, child. We are trying to survive, to preserve what we have built, to buy time for reinforcements and allies to arrive. The enemy is patient and persistent, and the struggle against the shadow is not something that can be won in a single battle. It is a long war, fought on many fronts, in many ways. What we do here is just one small part of that larger conflict. But is it enough?" she pressed. "All this effort, all this risk, just to delay the inevitable?" Pallando smiled, and in that smile was both sadness and hope. "Nothing is inevitable," he said. "The future is not written in stone, but shaped by the choices we make in each moment. Yes, the enemy may return, but each time we stand against the darkness, each time we choose connection over isolation, compassion over cruelty, we strengthen the light that holds back the shadow. And perhaps most importantly, we prove to ourselves and to each other that we are not helpless, that we have the strength and courage to face whatever comes." He reached into his bag and pulled out the original cracked clay cup. "Do you see this?" he asked. "It is broken, flawed, imperfect, and yet it still serves its purpose. It still holds water. It still has value. We are all like this cup, cracked and imperfect. The enemy wants us to believe that our flaws make us worthless, that we might as well give up and give in. But the truth is that our very brokenness can become our strength if we embrace it with honesty and humility. We do not need to be perfect to be valuable. We only need to keep serving, keep trying, keep caring for one another." The young woman looked at the cup for a long moment, then nodded. "I understand," she said. "Or at least I begin to. Thank you, Master Pallando, for everything you have taught us. Not just the magic or the learning, but the deeper lessons about who we are and what we can become." When the army finally arrived, it found a landscape that seemed to fight against it at every turn. Wells were dry or fouled. Bridges collapsed under the weight of siege engines. Scouts disappeared into forests and never returned. Supply wagons broke down on roads that seemed solid, but had been subtly undermined. The villagers, working in small groups with tactical support from Pallando's disciples, struck and faded like shadows, never presenting a target large enough to be worth pursuing, but inflicting steady losses and constant harassment. The sorcerer leading the army grew increasingly frustrated. He had expected to sweep through the region, to crush the White Tower and its idealistic master in a show of overwhelming force. Instead, he found himself bogged down in a war of attrition against an enemy he could barely see. His soldiers, hardened veterans of many campaigns, began to grow weary and demoralized. This was not the glorious conquest they had been promised, but a grinding slog through hostile territory where every step forward seemed to cost more than it gained. Finally, after weeks of this torment, the sorcerer decided on a desperate gambit. He would lead a small elite force directly to the White Tower itself, moving quickly and quietly to avoid the harassing attacks. Once he had seized or destroyed the tower and captured or killed Pallando, the resistance would crumble. The villagers would lose heart without their wizard to guide them, and the rest of the army could then sweep through unopposed. It was a sound strategy, and it might have worked had the sorcerer truly understood what Pallando had become. But he still thought of his former master as the proud, isolated wizard who valued the tower above all else, who would defend it to the last rather than see it fall. He did not know about the carpenter's apprentice, the healer who had sat at simple bedsides, the teacher who had learned humility from those he once considered beneath him. Pallando knew the sorcerer was coming. His scouts had tracked the small force's movement, and he understood the strategy behind it. He could have fortified the tower, could have gathered his most powerful disciples and prepared for a magical duel that would shake the very stones. That is what the old Pallando would have done, what the sorcerer expected him to do. But the wizard who stood now at the tower's gates was not that man any longer. Instead, Pallando evacuated the tower. He and his disciples removed the most precious and irreplaceable texts and artifacts, hiding them in secret locations throughout the villages. Then they opened the gates wide and withdrew, leaving the tower standing empty and undefended. When the sorcerer and his elite force arrived, they found no resistance, no grand confrontation, only an abandoned building that seemed to mock them with its emptiness. The sorcerer raged through the empty halls, destroying what remained in his fury. He shattered furniture, burned books that had been left behind as unimportant, tore down tapestries and smashed windows. His men watched uneasily, disturbed by their leader's loss of control. This was not a victory, but a tantrum, the destruction of an empty shell that meant nothing without those who had given it purpose. It was there, in the ruined great hall where he had once studied under Pallando's teaching, that the sorcerer finally found what he sought. Pallando stood alone, no staff in his hands, no grand robes, wearing only his carpenter's apron and holding the 2 clay cups. The sorcerer drew his power around him like a cloak, dark energies crackling at his fingertips, ready to destroy this man who had rejected him and everything he had come to represent. But before he could strike, Pallando spoke. "Do you remember," he asked quietly, "why you first came to the tower? What you hoped to learn? Who you hoped to become?" The sorcerer hesitated, thrown off balance by the question. "I came for power," he snarled, "for the knowledge to shape the world to my will. And you taught me well, until you lost your nerve and became weak, turning your back on everything that made the tower great." Pallando shook his head sadly. "I taught you formulas and theories, spells and incantations, but I never taught you wisdom, because I did not possess it myself then. I was so focused on gathering power that I forgot to ask why power matters, who it should serve, what it is truly for. I failed you, and I failed many others. For that, I am truly sorry." The sorcerer laughed, a harsh sound without humor. "Sorry? Your apologies mean nothing. Look at what you have become. A carpenter playing at being a wizard. A fool who threw away everything for sentiment and weakness. You could have been great. We could have reshaped the world together. Instead, you chose to grovel before peasants and pretend their simple lives have meaning." Pallando held up the cracked clay cup. "This cup has more meaning than all the magical artifacts I once possessed," he said. "It represents service and humility, connection and purpose. You see only weakness where I have found strength, only foolishness where I have discovered wisdom. The enemy promised you power, and power you have gained. But what have you done with it? What have you built? What have you created? Whom have you helped or healed or lifted up?" The sorcerer's face contorted with rage, and dark fire gathered in his hands. "Enough of your platitudes," he roared. "I came here to destroy you and everything you represent, and that is exactly what I shall do." But even as he prepared to unleash his attack, Pallando remained calm, simply standing with his cups, making no move to defend himself. "Then do what you came to do," Pallando said softly. "But know this, destroying me will not give you what you truly seek. You thought you needed the tower, needed to defeat me to prove your superiority. But the tower is just a building, and I am just one man. The work we have done here, the connections we have forged, the lessons we have learned, These cannot be destroyed by force. They live in the hearts of all those who have been touched by them, and they will continue long after both of us are gone. For a long moment, the sorcerer stood frozen, dark power swirling around him, Pallando waiting calmly before him. The other soldiers in the room held their breath, waiting to see what would happen. And then, slowly, the sorcerer let the power dissipate. Not because he had been convinced, not because he had seen the error of his ways, but because he suddenly understood something that Pallando had already known. Killing this humble carpenter would prove nothing. The real victory the sorcerer had sought, the validation of his choices and his path, could not be won through violence. Gandalf pauses, and you see the fire has burned very low now. He adds no more wood, but lets it die naturally, as though marking the approaching end of the tale. The sorcerer left, the wizard says, taking his forces with him. The campaign collapsed soon after, the army dissolving as soldiers deserted or simply refused to continue fighting for a cause that seemed to have lost all meaning. Some say the sorcerer still wanders the dark places of Middle-earth, forever seeking the power and validation that elude him. Others claim he eventually found redemption, though that is a tale for another time. And Pallando, you ask, leaning forward eagerly, what became of him? Gandalf smiles, and there is something knowing in that smile. Something that makes you wonder how much of this tale is history, and how much is something closer to prophecy. Pallando remained in the east, he says, working among the people there, teaching and learning, building and creating. The White Tower was eventually rebuilt, not as a fortress of isolated learning, but as a true center of community, a place where all were welcome and none were turned away. The 2 cups remained on his desk for all his days, old and new, cracked and whole, reminders of the lessons that had transformed him from a proud wizard into something far more valuable, a humble servant of the light. And it is said that even now, in the far east where few from the west have traveled, there are those who remember him and tell stories of the wizard who learned to be human, who discovered that the greatest magic is not in spells and power, but in connection and compassion. The fire has died to embers now, and Gandalf rises slowly, stretching his back. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance, and you feel the lateness of the hour in your bones. The wizard looks down at you, his eyes warm with affection. Remember this tale, young friend, he says. Remember it when you are tempted to believe that your strength lies in standing alone, in holding yourself apart from those you see as lesser. True power comes not from isolation, but from connection, not from pride, but from humility. The cracked cup serves as well as the whole one, often better, because it teaches us that perfection is not required for purpose. He places a hand on your shoulder, and you feel the weight of his years and wisdom in that simple gesture. Now then, he says, his voice gentle, it is time for sleep. The road continues tomorrow, and there will be other fires, other tales, other lessons to learn. But for tonight, rest well, and let this story settle into your heart, where it might take root and grow. You wrap yourself in your cloak, the fire's last warmth still lingering in the air around you. As you drift towards sleep, you think of Pallando and his cups, of the old woman who had been more than she seemed, of the village that had learned to defend itself, of all the threads that had woven together to create this tale. And you understand, with a clarity that comes from the edge of dreaming, that Gandalf has not simply told you a story about a wizard from long ago and far away. He has told you a story about yourself, about all of us, about the choices we make and the people we become. In the darkness, you hear Gandalf humming an old tune, something wordless and peaceful. And then there is only the sound of the wind in the trees, the distant call of a night bird, and the gentle breathing of the wizard keeping watch while you sleep. Tomorrow will bring new roads and new adventures, but tonight there is only this: the warmth of fellowship, the wisdom of stories, and the quiet comfort of knowing that even in a world shadowed by darkness, there are still those who choose compassion over conquest, humility over pride, connection over isolation. And with that thought, you sleep, and your dreams are filled with cracked clay cups that hold more than water, with towers that become bridges, with wizards who learn to be carpenters, and carpenters who teach wisdom to wizards, with all the beautiful, broken, perfectly imperfect ways that transformation happens when we have the courage to truly change.